So language is basically a medium of communication through which people can communicate. And when we are talking about a computer system, which language does a computer understands? A computer understands the machine language, that is the binary code, 0 and 1. So there are different translators, or we can say the system softwares, the translators like compiler, interpreter. These softwares are basically used for the translation purposes of the language. So when we are talking about computer languages, so we can just divide the we can classify the programming languages into the basic three categories. There are different kind of classifications, but when we are talking about basic classification, we can classify a language on the basis of technology in three different categories. That is low level language, middle level language, and the high level language. So when we are talking about low level languages, all the languages which are kept into the low level language are very much machine dependent, like machine language and assembly language. So machine language and assembly language are kept into the low level language category, and they are very machine dependent. Like if you are having, suppose you are having system, like you are having Windows 10 64-bit operating system. So you are having Windows 10 and 64-bit operating system, and I am having Windows 8 and 64-bit operating system. So if I am working on a program of machine like machine learning programs are not even coded. They are basically the concept of switches were there, and with the help of switches, the switch was like as you use the switch for like turning on your fan. So when you just press on, that is means you are giving one, that is binary one, that is on signal, means the true value. And if you are off, you are making the switch off, that means off means false value, that is 0. And in the assembly language, when we code, so as I was talking about the system, if I was having Windows 10 Windows 8 64-bit operating system, and you were having Windows 10 64-bit operating system, so if I code a program in my system, it will not run on your system. So this was a basic problem with the machine level like machine language or the low level languages, even the C language. But when we are talking about high level languages, all the languages which are kept into the category of high level languages are following the concept of object oriented programming. So object oriented programming, that is OOPS. So each and every language which is following the concept of object oriented programming is kept into the category of high level language. And like Java, as you have to study Java, so Java is basically a high level programming language, and it follows the concept of OOPS, that is object oriented programming. So now if we make a comparison, like I'm just going to tell about some history, some basic history that is very much important when we talk about any language, that why this particular language has been evaluated, why it is built basically, the motive behind creating this language. So as in 1991, there was a company, Sun Microsystems, and in that company, C++ language was that time being used. And James Gosling was the team leader who was like assigned different projects for different purposes. Projects were assigned to him. So at that time, they got a project of creating microwave. So we can use a pressure cooker also like an oven, or a heat. It is just a heating device. Mud microwave are also there. Like we can use electric microwaves also. I'm sorry, I was talking about oven. We are having electric oven also. We can use pressure cooker also as an oven. So basically, when we are talking about oven, it is just a heating device. We can cook also in that, but it's just about that heat. But when we are talking about microwave, basically it follows the concept of high frequency radio waves, that is microwave. So microwaves are built on the concept of microwaves, that are the radio frequency waves. And when we are talking about microwave, it is an embedded device. Embedded device means it has multiple technology combined into one system. Like there's a we can control the temperature, we can control the heat which we are providing. We are having different modes like convention mode, grill mode, or different functionalities are there. We can set the timer even in the case of microwave device. So basically, this particular project of microwave was given to the company Sun Microsystems in 1991. So when they created, that time they were working using C++ language, and when they created this particular project and delivered to the client, So the client asked James Gosling to deliver 1,000 pieces, and when they started working for the 1,000 pieces, they got to know that as they were working on C++ language, and C++ language was a compiler based language, and it was platform dependent. Means what happened, that they got to know that for different 1,000 devices they have to code again and again for each and every device, because the code for one machine will not work on another. So this was a big problem, like the for 1,000 devices they have to code individually. So at that time, they like James Gosling got a thought of creating a new language, and in 1991 they started working on the language named as Java, basically, which we are going to use. So they started for the language Java, and in 1994, basically, this language was released with the name Oak. Oak is basically the coffee tree, and coffee plant, actually. So James Gosling was very fond of coffee, so that time they just kept the name as Oak. Further, in 1995, May 1995, this language was renamed to Sun World 95. On the name of company, they just kept the name Sun World 95 in 1995. But further, in 1995 only, the name of this particular language changed to Java. Okay, so when the name changed to Java, and now it is again called Java only today also. The name Java is basically inspired by the coffee plant, and there is an island also named as Java. So basically, this language was created for the electronic devices and the network-based devices, as you know about the Android phones, even which you are using right now. So these phones are also built on Java only. Like Android system, the Android is the operating system, and the applications, most of the applications which are built in Android mobile phones, they are built using Java. Okay, so Java is a very good language, and it is platform independent. Means if, like I talked about different operating system, like you are having Windows 10, I am having Windows 8, or somebody is having Linux, or somebody is having Mac OS, iPhone, iPad, or something. So what will happen, the code of Java will run on each and every device without any problem. But in the case of different other languages, like old languages, C++, it was not so far possible to run the code of different languages on different devices. Okay, now I am just going to talk about the advantages of Java. So what are the advantages of Java? Like when we are talking about Java, Java is a very simple object oriented programming language. It is distributed language, portable language. Portable means that as I talked about, if we want to move the code from one system to another, like you are having a pen drive, you can just copy the code and take it to another system. So it is portability. Now, if we are talking about architectural neutral language, so architectural neutral means the code is not dependent on the machine, as we already discussed, that if we are having different systems, different configurations, so the program of Java will run on any platform. So this particular thing, that the program can run on any platform, is known as architecture neutral. Robust and secure. Robust means the language is like very dependable. We can depend on the language, we can depend on the programs, because it is very secure. There is a concept of multi-threading, and there's different concepts, like multi-threading is a concept in your course, so I will just go through it. It is a complete chapter. The concept of multi-threading means dividing a single program into multiple sub-programs. So the concept of multi-threading is dividing a single program into multiple sub-programs, and those programs can run simultaneously in parallel. So that could increase the CPU speed. So this is also possible in Java. It is interpreted language, means that interpreter, like I talked about, there are three translators, so compiler, interpreter, and assembler. So basically compiler is already used in C++. In Java, compiler and interpreter both are used, and due to this it is called interpreted language, because interpreter is used here. It is a high performance language. Java is mainly developed for object-oriented network-based software for internet applications. So as I told you, the Android phone, even which we basically use, we can download any software from any site, or Google Play Store or something. So this is possible just because of Java, and as Java is a network-based language, so the softwares build the programs, the softwares. Basically, what is a software? Software is a collection of programs. We can combine different programs to create a single software. So the software is created in Java could be downloaded from anywhere on the internet. So it is a network-based system, network-based language, and it provides a level of security. So when we are talking about different devices and we are talking about different applications, different programs in Java. So the Java language is so secure and so dependable that most of the bank applications, like payment gateways, like if you are making some purchase, you are purchasing something from Amazon or Flipkart, or you are doing some banking transaction on your mobile, or even the ATM. So basically what happens, these payment gateways on which you have to enter your payment amount, so that gateway is basically built in Java most of the time, because it is very secure language and it is not easy to crack the code which is written in Java. So there is a concept of bytecode, like the last point written here. Java application bytecode runs on any platform without any modification or recompilation. So basically, Java language has a bytecode, and bytecode is the intermediate code. Like here you can see, it is called that Java is an architectural neutral language. So that means that it could be run on any platform basically. So basically there is a concept of Java virtual machine, JVM, that is Java virtual machine. And Java virtual machine is a concept. Virtual means logical, conceptual. Virtual means which does not exist in reality. So basically Java virtual machine is a concept. Different, it is a combination of different components in our system. When we install Java, internally what happens, there is a mechanism called Java virtual machine, and there basically our code is compiled and interpreted. So when you use the the BlueJ software and you run your code, you first of all compile it. So what happens, we save a file in Java, that is .java extension. Then what happens, we compile it, and when we are compiling, basically internally there is the compiler known as JavaC, which works there. And after that the bytecode is generated. It is not visible to us in your BlueJ, it is not visible, but basically it is created internally. And bytecode is the intermediate code basically, which is responsible for making Java the platform independent language. As I told you that the code in Java can be used on any other device. So this feature of Java is just because of this bytecode. So bytecode is the intermediary code, and it is basically responsible for making the Java language platform independent. After that, what happens, this bytecode is taken to the interpreter, and when we run, like first of all you compile the program, then you run the program, and as soon as you run the program, basically this interpreter is working. Then after that our code is converted to the machine code, and it is basically the object code or the machine code. Then the processing is done on the program and we get the output. So this is the basic mechanism which is basically followed internally when we are running our Java program. And this particular thing is basically done in the Java virtual machine, the conceptual logical entity which is available in our system, which is basically available when we install the software like Java. If you are basically installing BlueJ, so it is internally and it works automatically as we run our program. So today I'm just going to start with the programming. So first of all, we will just go on the very basic things because it is very necessary. So I am launching my BlueJ. Okay. Okay, here I'm just going to create a new project, and okay, I am making a folder for your projects, and okay, here I am making folder class 10, and the name of project I will just keep project 1 only. So where has it gone? This is class 10 folder, and here the new folder I'm creating for project 1 I'm creating. and this folder I will select basically. And now name. Now here is our new project in which we will start the programming. First of all, I will start with the very basic things because it is very much required. So the first program I am going to make here, so I'm going to create a new class, and the class, okay, I hope you know a bit about classes. I will discuss the OOPS concept in the further classes, but today I'm just going to start. So I'm taking the name of the class. See, I'm just suppose taking addition. So this is the name of our class, and I'm just going to open the editor. And here I'm just going to remove all the things which are available. Now I am going to create a class. The name of the program, the name of the file, and the name of the class should remain the same. Okay, in the case of Java, it is necessary to take the name of class and the name of file same. So I have taken both the things same. Now I'm just going to take public static void main, public static void main. I will just explain each and everything what we are going to do that what we are going basically. Okay, so here what I have done, I have just created a class, and here I have taken public static void main. This public static void main is the main function, and which is very essential in any program of Java. Public means that this particular program is accessible everywhere. Means if you want to access in further programs, if you want to access one program from another, so it would be possible because it is public. Public means everyone can access it. Then static. Whenever we create any Java program, it is very necessary to create an object of that class. Whatever class we are making, it is necessary to create an object. But when we are having public static void main in our program, so it is not necessary to create object of that class. Means any class which is having, like this particular class is having the main method. Okay, this is the method, main method. And which class is having the main method? Because of this static keyword, this class is not required to create any object. So we do not create an object of a class which is having the main method. Void means the return type. Return type void is there, and void means nothing. Void means null, that is nothing. That this particular function is not returning anything. Main is the name of the method, that is main method. This is our main method. And after that, in the parentheses, you can see I have taken string args. String, this s is capital. This is because whenever we are taking this public static void main, string is a class. String is a predefined class, and this s is capital because each and every predefined class has the name of class with capital. Like you can see that I have also taken addition as capital, but it is not compulsory to take it as capital. Means when we are creating our own classes, it is not compulsory to take every time to take it capital. We can take it small also, but it is necessary. If we are taking it capital, we have to save the file name also in capital. Like in addition, I have written a capital, so the file name also I have saved a capital. Okay, so after that, this args, and but this is the predefined class, so it is necessary to write as capital in the case of predefined classes. Okay, so args is the array. Basically, we are taking an array. You can see this square bracket, this denotes the array, and this args is the name of the array that we have taken for arguments. It is not necessary always to take args. We can take anything here except for this. Like I'm taking zzz, we can take it also. Basically, it is just a variable, the name of the array which we are taking here. So this is taken because each and everything in Java is stored in string. String means collection of characters. So whenever we are making a Java program, it is necessary to take string args here. Sometimes in your books it is not written, but that is not so far correct actually. We should take this string args, otherwise it can create some problem. Okay, it will not take the input actually when we are working with the user defined programs. Okay, now this time I'm just taking a equals to 5, b equals to 6, c equals to 0. Initialization. Okay, so this I have an initialization, means I have assigned the initial values to these particular variables. Now simply we can perform the addition. So now system.out.println. I will just explain what is this. I will explain this particular statement. Yes. So this system is also the class, just like string. Okay, this system is a class. That's why it is a predefined class. That's why its S is capital. Dot out is the object of the system class. As I have said that it is necessary to create objects, so it's predefined object. System.out.println. This println is the printing method which is defined in the system class. So println is used for printing purposes. Okay, println is a printing, and this ln means new line. If we are giving this ln, so if we are taking any other statement after this printing statement, then that particular statement will start from the new line. If we do not want to give, we can also skip it. So everything will become in the same line only. This time I'm just taking this one, and I will just change in the another program. So system is the class, out is the object of system class, and print is the printing function which is used to print any statement. This addition, which I have written in double quotes, is the statement. I'm just writing a message addition, and then plus C. This plus symbol is basically denoting the concatenation. Plus means concatenation. This means what we are doing, we are appending, we are adding two different strings. Addition is one string and this C is another string. So this C is basically holding the value. This C is basically holding the value of addition, and that's why we are not using double quotes here. Means whenever we want to give some message, we have to use the double quotes. But whenever we want to print the value of some variable, we do not print we do not take the double quotes. That's why I haven't taken the double quotes here. And this plus symbol is basically used to make these two things at the same line. Okay, this I have closed the braces of main, and this I have closed the braces of class. Now first of all, I'm just going to compile it. So I have compiled it. You can see no syntax errors are there. Now I'm just going to run this program, and I'm just going to run it. So this time, as soon as I run it, you can see that addition 11 is coming, and which is correct. So in this way, we can perform the addition simply. Actually, I was just trying to explain the syntax. So through this program, I was just trying to tell you the syntax. So this program is system defined program because we have made the initialization. So the values are already defined to the system. So whenever we run this program, every time it will give 11 only. But the user defined programs are those programs in which user have to give input. So again, I'm just going to create a program, and in that program, I will take it user defined. This time I will make user defined. This was system defined. So right now I'm going to take product of 3 numbers. Okay, I'm taking a program that will calculate the product of 3 numbers, and I'm writing import. This time I'm going to import a package which is predefined, that is scanner class is there and util package is there. So I'm just going to use it. So import java.util.scanner I'm taking. Okay, basically Java is the main package, and in that utility package is there. Util stands for utility. So we have to write java.util, and in that util package scanner class is present. So it is a predefined class. That's why we are taking S capital here. Then I'm taking class product as the name of the file. So here I'm going to take public static void main and string args. Okay, now as I told you, whenever we want to work with whenever we are basically working with our classes, so whenever we are taking some external class in our program, it is necessary to create object of that. So this class is containing public static void main, so the object of this particular class will not be created. But we are taking a scanner class here, and scanner class here is an external class which we are importing externally into our program. So it is necessary to create object of that. And why we have to use scanner class? Because we have to take input here. So to scan the values, to take input, we generally use scanner class. So to create object of this scanner class, I'm taking a scanner ob equals to new scanner and system.in. I will just explain this statement. Okay, whenever we want to make any user defined program, means whenever we want to take input and we are using the scanner class, So this particular statement and this particular statement is must, because the first one is importing the scanner class, and another one, this one is creating the object. So what we are doing here, this is the name of the class of which we are creating object. This is the object OB. So we can take anything. I can take ABC, anything, whatever we want to take, we can take. OB I have taken just for object. So this is just a variable. We can take anything here. New is the keyword which is basically used for creating new objects. And scanner, here again we have used scanner, and this we have used because this is the constructor of this particular scanner class. So this constructor is basically used to create the object, to construct the object. So it is necessary to use this scanner here. Now the system.in is basically used here because we want to take input, like when we are giving output, when we are printing the statement, printing the message, at that time we use system.out. Similarly here, as we want to take input, we will write system.in here. Now I'm going to take the variables, like I want to calculate the product of three numbers. So I'm taking integer a, b, c and d. I'm taking 4 integers. Now I will write system.out.println, and I'm writing enter 3 numbers. Enter 3 numbers. Okay, this is a message which will appear to the screen for user, and these will be the 3 variables in which we will enter the value. So ob.nextInt. ob.nextInt is basically used. I will just explain this. Let me first of all paste it here. Yes, this OB is the object of scanner class, and it is necessary to create the objects of scanner class just because whenever we are creating the object of any class, we are able to access its methods. Means in this particular class there are numerous methods available, and if we want to access the methods available in this class, we have to create object of this class. So with this object we can access this nextInt method which is present in scanner class. So to scan any value, it is required to use this statement. So a equals to ob.nextInt. So this ob.nextInt will take our input for integer value. Why nextInt? Because we are taking integer. This time we are using user-defined program. So we are just doing declaration. We are making declaration. We are not initializing the values. We have taken input of 3 variables, and now I'm just going to calculate a into b into c, and then I'm going to print system.out .println, and I'm printing product, then plus d. I am giving d is holding the value of the product, and this is the message. So I'm going to compile this program, no syntax errors, and now I'm going to run this program. Okay, I'm going to run, and now you can see that it is asking us to input 3 numbers. So I have entered 3 numbers, and you can see that we have got the product. So this way we can just work with the scanner class, and we can take input. Now I'm going to create another program that is for simple interest. So I am taking simple interest, the name of class. Okay, I have written the wrong spelling, but we will correct it inside the program. Coming to the editor. Okay, again I'm going to import our package, import java.util.scanner. Okay, after that I'm taking the class simple interest. So you can see that the name here also has been changed. This is the main class and this is the name of the file. Both should be similar, so it has changed by itself only. Now I'm taking public static void main, and this time I have taken this particular simple interest program because I want to tell you that how to deal the float variables. So if you are taking some floating point, then the spelling I have written wrong, static. Okay, the public static void main. Then what I'm going to do, I'm taking scanner ob equals to new scanner, and system.in I'm taking. After that, now as I have to take in like product of PRT upon 100 I have to take, so that would be like in decimal numbers. So whenever we want to deal with the decimal numbers, it is necessary either we take float. Float is for floating precision. That is, if we want to take decimal number, we have to take float or double. In Java, float is not implicitly available. That is, it is not defined by default, but we can use float explicitly. So basically we have the option to use float also. Float data type basically takes 4 bytes into the memory, but the double data type, we will discuss the concept of data type in other classes, the theoretical concept that I will discuss. Now I was taking P, R, and T we can take in integer also. T is the time. We can take time in integer also. We have declared different variables. Now I'm just going to ask to enter the user to enter the values. So system.out.println, enter principal amount. So enter principal. So what I have to do, P equals to ob dot next float. Ob dot next float I am taking. Okay, this time I'm taking next float. So when you have to input the floating numbers, that is the decimal numbers. So for float, if you are taking this float data type, you have to use next float. For integer, you have to use next int. So now after float, I will take, after this I will take rate of interest, enter rate of interest. Okay, so I am taking it as R, and next time we what have to do, we have to take the time and enter time in year, suppose in year. So here I am writing next int because I have taken integer for the time, so we will take next int. So this way we can deal with different data types. Now I'm just going to take a variable, like I'm taking float si for simple interest, p into r into t upon 100. Okay, and we will just print system dot out dot println, and I'm writing simple interest, and here plus si we are taking. Okay, this way we can work with different data type. I'm going to compile it and we will run it. First of all, I'm taking 45,000 as principal, then rate of interest I'm taking 4.4 5.4, and I'm taking 2 years. So you can see that simple interest has been calculated. Okay, so this way we can work with the different data types, like I was telling about the floating data type is sign if we want to scan the floats. So this is the program. Just see once again, this was the program. Okay, another thing which is there, that is if we want to take double, like double also is for floating data type only. That is float is single point precision floating point. Okay, and double is double precision floating point. Double stores 8 bytes into the memory. It can occupy 8 bytes into the memory, but float can occupy only 4 bytes into the memory. For double, you have to use next double. And next program I'm going to create, and in this program I'm going to tell it how to deal with characters. It is a bit different as compared to the integer, float, and double. So I'm taking the I'm taking name. I'm taking the file as name. Okay. So if we want to input a single character, so there is a different phenomena. Let me tell you. Import java.util.scanner, and here I'm taking a class. The name of the class is name itself. Public static void main string RGS. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, here I'm just going to take the scanner ob equals to new scanner and system.in. Okay, after that I'm taking a character. First of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to input a single character. So if a person want to input a single character, suppose I'm taking ch a variable and I'm writing system.out.println, and I'm writing the message enter a character. Character means a single alphabet, enter a character. Okay. Then we can take ch equals to ob dot next dot char at 0. Char at 0. This is required when we want to scan a character. So this is the way of inputting a character if you want to input a character. then system.out.println, and I'm writing character is and plus ch. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to compile the program. Okay, I'm just going to compile. There is no syntax error, and I'm just going to run this program. Oh, sorry. Okay, this time I'm going to enter a character, and you can see that the character has been printed. So if you want to take a single character as input, we can just use this particular way of taking input of a single character. Now, if we want to take a complete name, okay, so for that I'm just making changes in this program. I am just going to make changes here only. So string is a class, and I'm taking name a variable, and I'm going to write enter your name. String is the class basically which you can input a collection of characters. So a collection of characters, or we can say array of characters if you want to take. And I've taken string name. Now how to input name? So we can take ob dot next, and this ob dot next is basically used to input a complete word. If we want to enter a complete word, we can take ob dot next. I was just telling that if we want to print the name, then I am taking name, and here I'm taking name variable, name like this. So now we can input a complete word. If you want to input a word, so we can do that. I'm just going to run this program, and okay, now I'm just going to input my name. So you can see I have entered the name. Okay, I am again going to run this program, once again going to run this program, and I just want to show you something else. Actually, it is, the window is open. Let me close it. This output window should be closed. Okay, enter your name is here. Now I'm writing, this time I'm writing Surya Saxena. So I have input the complete name with a space. So if we have input the name with the space, then it is not taking the name completely, it is terminating it when the space is started. So basically it cannot, the value, the way, basically the way which we are using in the program does not support the spaces. If we want to take the spaces, it is not supported anyhow. So here you can see that if we want to take the complete name with the space, we cannot take. So how can we take? We can use next line here. So we can use next line here, and I have just used next line. And now I am again going to compile the program and run the program. Now when we will run the program, you will see that we would be able to enter the complete name with the spaces. So Aishwarya Saxena I have written, and there are spaces also. You can see the spaces are also getting counted. So in this way, we can just deal with the different characters. Like if we want to take a single character, we can take next dot char at 0. If we want to take a complete word, then we can take next. And if we want to include the spaces also, then we can take next line. I am going to solve this question number 8 for you right now. Like it is enter salary of a person and find HRA, DA, and PF. HRA stands for house rent allowance, DA stands for dearness allowance, and PF stands for provident fund. So these things are basically are associated with the salary of any person basically. So you have to input the salary and calculate these three things according to the formula which is given here. Then you have to print the output in this particular format. Like the output should be like this: the first salary should be printed, then the calculated HRA, DA, and PF, then net salary and salary hand. So net salary means the formula for the net salary is salary plus HRA plus GA plus PF, means addition of all the things, salary plus HRA plus GA plus PF. And salary in hand is basically net salary minus PF. PF stands for provident fund. Okay, so this is the question which I am just going to start. So I'm just going to start, and I will just take the name salary here. Okay, salary, sorry, salary. So this is the program, and now I'm just going to First of all, I will input the salary. So for that, we will require the scanner class. Okay. So I'm just importing import java.util.scanner. Okay. After that, class salary, and after that, we will just take public static void main, string args. Okay. Yes. Okay. After that, now we will just create the object of scanner class. So scanner ob equals to new scanner and system dot in. After that, we will just ask the user to input salary. So system dot out dot println and enter salary of a person. This is the message. Okay, we can just take a variable also, like I am taking int salary, or yes, I'm taking. Okay, first of all, we can take the float or double also. Today I'm going to work with double. Yesterday I told float also. So double I'm taking because it is like it is a we are going to calculate HRADA PF, HRADA PF in this particular format of percentage. So it can be, the answer could be in the decimal format. So we can take either float or double. So today I'm going to take double. So okay, so here we were. So I'm taking salary, comma HRA, DA, PF, and for salary, net salary, I'm taking NS. For salary in hand, I'm taking S hand. So I have taken these particular variables now. Now I'm just going to enter the salary as we have taken double. So I'm just going to take salary equals to OV dot next double. So next double will help to input a double number, a double value, double type value. Now I am having the salary of a person. Now we can just calculate the HRA, DA, PF respectively. HRA, DA, PF. Then we have to calculate net salary and we have to calculate salary in hand. So now HRA, the formula for HRA here is given that we have to calculate 20% of the salary. Then DA 15% of the salary, and 15 we have to calculate 10% of the salary. Accordingly, I will take. So yes, HRA I'm going to take 20%. So for 20%, I can write 0.20 into salary, which will, it is 20%. So again, I am taking here I'm taking DA equals to 0.15 into salary. So this is 15% of salary. Okay, then I'm taking 0.10 into salary. So it would be 10% of salary. So like this, we can just take the HRAD and PF. Okay, this way we have taken. After that, I have to calculate the net salary, and the formula for net salary is salary plus HRA plus DA plus PF. So this is the net salary, and the salary in hand is net salary minus PF. So minus provident fund. So this is the formula for the net salary. Now what we have done, we have basically calculated as everything which we want basically. So it was a program, write a program to enter salary. We have input the salary, then we have calculated these things. Now what is the thing that we have to print the output in this particular format. So this is the program for the formatted output, as I told you. So now I'm just going to print the output in this format. So for that, I'm just going to use system.out.println, system.out.println, and here first of all we have to write the salary, and basically after that, after the name, we have to get the value also. That's why it's given. Then I'm just going to copy and make the changes. Okay, after salary, we have to print the HRA. So HRA, this is the message, and this HRA is the variable. Again, I'm taking the DA. The calculated one should be printed here. So I'm taking DA, and then I'm taking PF. Okay, then I'm taking PF here, PF, then salary in hand. So salary, sorry, net salary first of all. So net salary, I'm writing net salary, and I'm taking the variable as it was NS, then salary in hand. So salary in hand. Okay, salary in hand, I have taken SN. So no, actually net salary and salary S hand I have taken. Okay, so these are the basically things which would be required for the formatted output. Now the braces I have already closed and our program is ready. Let's compile it, and I'm just going to compile it. You can see that there is no syntax error right now. I'm just going to run this program. Sorry, I've already compiled. Run. Okay, so now you can see that it is asking to enter the salary. I have entered the salary, and you can see that everything has come here according to the output as it was required in our program. So we have got the salary, HRA, DAPF. Again, I am just going to run this program once again. So with some different value. So this time some different value. Say I am taking 67,000 point something, or we have taken like this is the value. Okay, now you can see now salary is here and everything is also calculated. You can see that the floating values are also here, and a long range of floating value is here, the decimal value, because we are using double, and double can store 8 bytes, so the range of double is also more than float. I will discuss all these things, that what is a range, what are these things, we will discuss. So I am just coming back to the code. Now next one which I am going to discuss basically is, this is also a question of formatted output only. In this particular question we do not have to take any input, we just have to print the value. So I am just going to solve it also for you. It is very simple. And India. So here we just have to do things that we have to, suppose I have taken the class India. Yes, I am taking static void main, and I'm going inside the main. And this time what we have to do, we just have to print. So I'm taking system.out.println, and I'm taking India. Okay, once I've taken this, and now here is a slash t concept. Slash t basically is used for tab. If we want to print in, like if we want some spaces, just like tab, as in the keyboard there is a tab key, and which basically takes 5 spaces by default. So we can just use this tab. Slash t is here for the tab, and it will give the same spaces. This time I'm taking 2 slash t, and this time I'm taking 3 times I'm taking slash t. So it will just give the output in the same manner as we want. So I'm just going to run it. So I will run, and you will get the same output as the question is asked. So you can see it was just a program for printing the values, and we have to just use slash t. This was a program for formatted output. So in this way we can solve it. Now here is a question. There is a concept of swapping. So in a question I have given that you have to swap the values of the variables. Yes, here is the question that swap the values of the variable without using third variable. Similarly, you can see the question number 9 is also for just printing. So like the first program only, you just have to print the values. You do not have to take any input. Write a program to print. When it asks, always try to understand the question. This is a better approach. First focus on the question. So it is saying write a program to print. It is not asking to enter anything. So in this ninth question also, you just have to you just have to write a program to print your name, class, and city. So you just have to print. In the 10th program, it is also the program similarly as I have told the 7th one. So you can, I hope you can do it now. You have just to try it. You can take float data type for numbers if you want, because we are calculating the average, and it is also a formatted output question. So you have to print the marks of each of all 5 subjects before after these messages, just like as in the salary program we were doing. So it is the similar one. Again, the next program which is here, it is to input 2 numbers and print their remainder. Okay, when we divide, we basically get 2 things. First of all, we get the quotient, and another we get the remainder. So how to print or calculate the remainder? There is an operator known as modulus operator. Okay, so modulus operator is basically used for calculating remainder. I'm just going to solve this program. Okay, I'm going to solve the 13th question. The 13th question, and see, question number 11, 13, and 14. These are dependent on the same concept. So they will be using the modulus operator. So I am just going to solve the question number 13, that you have to input seconds and convert it into the minute and second. So you just have to input the seconds, and then you have to print both minute and second. So I am just going to solve. First of all, I'm going to solve the 13th question, the time conversion question. So I'm writing time here. The program I'm creating, class I'm creating time. So here I am taking import java.util.scanner, and I am taking class time, and here here I am just going to take public static void main, public static void args, and here I am going to create the scanner class object, scanner ob equals to new scanner. Okay, system dot in, and after that I'm taking time. So for time I'm taking s for seconds, because we have to input the seconds and we have to print minutes also. So I'm taking another variable m. The best approach of programming is that always try to take minimum variables which are possible, with the minimum number of variable possible. So I'm just taking two variables this time, because we do not require any third variable. We can manage it with the help of two variables only. So I'm writing enter time in seconds. The user will input the seconds, and s equals to ob dot next int, next int. So s equals to ob dot next int. Now I am going to calculate. So for like we have to calculate minutes, so we know that 60 minutes. So 60 seconds are there, so we will just divide the minutes by 60 to get the minutes, and to get the remaining seconds. Now this is the remainder portion, that how many seconds would be remaining. So this seconds modulus 60, this modulus division, modulo division, it is called modulo division. The modulo division or the modulus operator is basically used to print the remainder. So now I'm just going to write in system.out.println, and here I will just write minutes plus m. Okay, and then I will just print the seconds. So I'm just going to print the seconds. So basically the s variable now is containing the latest value of the second. So it will print that only. So I'm just going to compile it. So whenever we want to work with the remainder, we basically have to use this particular percent sign. It is known as modulus operator. Now I'm just going to run this program. If we will enter 500 seconds, so it will give me 8 minutes and 20 seconds. So in this way we have to calculate. We can use this program for remainder, like the 11th question was there, like the 11th question to calculate the remainder, and the 14th will also be done with the same manner. You have to take days and convert it into month and days. So try to take 30 days. Okay, as we haven't discussed any if else, you just take 30 for dividing. Then this is a percent program that you will be able to do, area you will be able to do. And yes, now I'm just going to use this explain this ternary operator. So basically ternary operator is used for the purpose of if else only, like it is an operator. If else is control statement. If else comes under control statement concept. Okay, but ternary is an operator, just like equal sign, plus sign. Operators are plus, equal, relation operators like less than, greater than. So ternary is also a type of operator. We also call this conditional operator. So ternary operator, or we can call it conditional operator. So it is basically used in the similar way as we basically use the if else, but we are not using if else here. So let me explain. First of all, I will just write the program, and I will explain it. So import java.util.scanner, and class I have taken ternary op. Okay. And then public static void main, sorry, static void main. Okay, string args, we are taking a string args, and now we will just create the object. This is a similar way. I will just come to the ternary and explain it. Ob equals to scanner. Okay, system.in. Now I will ask the user to enter two numbers. So because why? Because in this particular question it is written, write a program to check the larger between two numbers using ternary operator. Means we have to print the larger between two numbers, but we do not have to use if else. We have to use ternary operator. So I'm just coming back here. So this time we have to use this ternary operator, but we do not have to use if else. In place of if else only the ternary is used. So I am taking these two variables, and when we are using ternary, so ternary means it is somewhere associated with three, because ternary it is associated with 3. So we will take 3 expressions here. So first of all, I'm just going to print it, enter two numbers, and here I'm taking a equals to ob dot next int. Okay, then b equals to ob dot next int, and after that, now I'm coming to the ternary one. So like c is the variable which will store the output of this particular expression, and I will explain that how this expression is working. So this is the condition a greater than b, because we have to check the larger between the two numbers, then the question mark, then a colon b. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to print the value of c, and basically c will be containing the output of the larger. So the larger number is, now I'm going to explain it with the help of annotation. Basically coming to the whiteboard, first of all, basically what happens in the case of ternary operator, we have 3 expressions. Ternary operator, and here we have 3 expressions. We store the output of the expression in one variable, that's why we have taken this c here, or any variable we can take. Expression 1 question mark, expression 2 colon, expression 3 and semicolon. So this is the syntax of ternary. Syntax, that is format. This is the syntax of ternary. And how does it work? Basically it works in the manner like, if the expression 1 is true, if the expression 1 is true, so the value of c will be the output, or the output of this particular expression will be the value of c, and like c will just get the value of expression 1. If it is true, then let me mark with this star. Okay, if the expression 1 is true, then output of c will be this expression 2, and if the expression 1 is false, if the expression 1 is false, then the output of this particular expression will be expression 3. Okay, so as we have taken here c equals to a greater than b, and we have then put the question mark, then a colon b. So what will happen, like I'm having the values, I'm having, suppose, commenting a equals to 4, b equals to 5. So this time we know very well that b is greater, means like sorry, c equals to a greater than b mark a colon b, yes, a colon b. And now if we were taking a equals to 5, b equals to 6, so here we know very well that b is greater than a. So what will happen, the expression 1 that is checking for a greater than b will get false. Okay, so this it will get false. So what will happen, the value of b, that is 6, will become the larger one. And if we are having like this is 15, and then what will happen, a greater than b will be true. So as it is true, then expression 2 will be the value of the particular expression, that is c. So in this way it works. Now I'm just coming back to the program. I will just run it. So first of all, I'm just going to compile it, no syntax error, and now I'm just going to run it. Okay, first of all I will just enter this time 56, means expression 2 is like expression 3 would be the output. It should print larger is 56, and it is printing, it is correct, larger number is 56. Now I will again swap the conditions. Basically I will just change the values. This time I'm taking 101 and 22, so 101 is larger, so it is printing correct, larger number is 101. So this way we can use a ternary operator to calculate the larger between two numbers. It is basically a replacement or an alternative approach of if-else. So this is an operator, and if-else is basically control statement. So next question is here, for 20 and 21 are, write a program to swap the values of the two variables. Write a program to swap the values of the two variables without using third variable. And another question is, write a program to swap the values of the two variables using third variable. So I'm coming to the whiteboard. Basically, swapping means that we have to interchange the values. Suppose I was having, at the time of input, I was having a equals to 4 and b equals to 3. So when we are performing swapping, it is required that at the time of output, the value of a becomes 3 and value of b becomes 4. So this is called swapping, means when we are interchanging the values with the help of some formula. So with the help of some formula, if we are interchanging the values of the variables, that means we are performing swapping. So when we are, suppose we are using a third variable, like the first question using third variable. So what we can do, suppose a third variable I am taking, first of all I am taking a equals to 4, b equals to 5, and I am taking c equals to 0. So c is basically a temporary variable. We can take any variable here. I have taken c. So using third variable, we have to perform swapping. So I'm just putting some formula and we will just check it out that it is working properly or not. Okay. So what is basically happening? I'm just going to tell it in the comments. What is happening? C equals to A. This time what was there? C was empty and we have assigned the value of A to C. Means now the value of C has become 4. Now what we are doing, a equals to b. So now we are assigning the value of a to b. So what is basically happening, a is becoming 5 now, because the value of b was 5 and we have assigned the value of b to a. Again what we are doing, we are assigning the value of c to a. So what is the value of c? It is 4 and we have assigned it to a. So now we can see, actually I have made a mistake, it is b. So we are assigning to b. Yes, now it is fine. So you can see that C equals to A equals to B, and B equals to C again. So this is the formula through which we can just get the swapped values of A and B. And the latest value of A and B are 5 and 4. So when we will run this program, we will get the swapped value 5 and 4. This was the first method. Again, the second method I am going to tell without using third variable. In that, suppose I was having only two variables, a equals to 34 and b equals to, like I am a equals to 3 and b equals to 4. Now we do not have to use any third variable. We are not allowed to use third variable. So suppose I am making a formula, a equals to a plus b equals to a minus b. Okay, and I am trying a again, a equals to a minus b. We will check it out first of all that it is working properly or not. So a equals to a plus b, that is 3 plus 4, it would be 7. The latest value of a is 7 now, because we have performed 3 plus 4, that is a equals to 7. Okay, so now the value of a is 7 now. So what will happen now? B equals to a minus b, and value of a was 7 minus b is 4, so it will give us 3. So b is now 3. Now value of b is 3. Now what will be happening with a? Again, a equals to a minus b, and the latest value of a was 7 and b was 3. So we will just reduce 7 minus 3, and what we will get? We will get a equals to 4. So now you can see the latest value of a and b are swapped. The value of b is 3 and value of a is 4, and which is swapped as compared to the input. Swapping means interchanging the values but using the formula. So this is the manner of making it without any without using any third variable. So when we are talking about the control statement, they are basically also known as control structure or control struct. Control statements are also known as control structure and control struct. Basically this is the name, and we are having three types of control statement basically. First one is selective statements. Sorry. Second one is iterative statements. Third one is jumping statements. These are the three different types of control statements. When we are talking about selective statements, there are two different types of selective statements. First one is if else, and another one is switch case. When we are talking about iterative statements, basically the concepts of looping are used in the iterative statements. So looping is basically used when we want to perform similar task again and again. If we want to use similar formula but again and again, so to reduce the line of codes, we basically use looping. So there are three different types of loop: A, B, C, and they are for while, do while, for while, and do while. These are the three different types of loop. And when we are talking about the jumping statements, basically they are used for jumping throughout the program, for going from one place to another inside the program. So there are different kind of jumping statements, like we can use break, continue, continue, return, exit. So there are these kind of jumping statements in Java. When we are talking about if else, there are basically four kinds of if else also. So there are basically four kinds of if else statements in Java. Let me just make it in here. Yes. So the four kind of if else are: first is if, then if else. We will just go to the programs regarding them. Don't worry. Then it is if else if. Okay. If else if, and it is called nested if else. Else if is called nested if else. Then we have if else ladder. If else ladder. So there are basically four kinds of if else. So this is the basic structure, basically control structure, which we basically use in Java. So we will go through them one by one. First of all, I am going for the program of if else. When we are talking about normal if, that means we are having if condition, but we are not having else condition. But in the if else, we will have both the conditions. So let me explain the syntax first. Let me explain the syntax. Okay. Okay, first is if else, and I'm taking A, that is if. So the syntax of if is that if the condition, and then inside the condition we give the statements. Okay. This is the syntax of if, and only if, actually, when we do not have the else condition. When we are talking about if else, so for that if else we basically have the else also. So syntax for that: if condition, we will just take the statement, and if this particular block is false, means the condition given if else, sorry, if condition given in if is false, then it will move towards the else block, and then it will print the statements, whatever is given in the else, whatever we are printing, that would be executed. So this is the if else. Okay. Then when we are talking about, like we are talking about if else if, that is the nested if else. So I am just coming here and I am writing C, that is else if. So if else if, that is nested if else. So syntax for if else if is basically when we use the if else, we use if else when we are having two conditions. We want to deal with two conditions. When we are having three conditions and we do not want to use any logical operator like and or, we go for if else if, that is nested if else. So in the nested if else, we will basically nest the conditions one inside another. We will give the condition one inside another. So first of all, I am taking if. So we will having three conditions. Suppose this is condition 1. Condition 1. If the condition 1 is true, then it will come inside the block and check if the condition 2 is true. If the condition 2 is true, then it will print the statements. If the condition 2, this one is false, then it will come to the else of this if. So it will come here and come to the else of this if and print the relative statements. So now I'm just closing this if. The first if, this is the brace for the first if, this is internal inner if, and this is else of this inner if. Now what happens if the first condition was only false? If the first condition was false, then what will happen basically? It will come to the else of the first condition. We do not put semicolon in if else. We have to use braces. When we are working with if else, we have to use braces. We do not use the semicolons. Okay. So now in the else condition, we will just print the statements of this else. Sorry, in this else, we will basically check if one more condition, as we are having three conditions, the third condition, then if this particular condition, actually I have just came out of the text which I was writing. I will just erase this brace, it is extra here. Okay. If this condition is true, then it will print the relative statements related to this if. And if this particular condition, the condition 3 gets false, then it will come to the else portion and it will print the statements for this else. So it will print statements. And now what will happen? After this, actually we have to close one more. I have closed one more brace. Yes, you can see I have closed one more brace, and that is for the main else. So this way we can go. I'm just trying to erase. I hope it will not go, or I'm just going to make a cut on it. It is extra here. Yes, this you do not have to use. It is from here, else it will come inside if. So what will happen where in this particular syntax? First of all, the first condition would be checked. If the first condition is true, then it will come inside and check if this particular second condition is true. If the second condition is true, it will come inside and print the statements. But if this second condition is false, it will not come in this particular if block. It will go to the else block here and it will print the statements. If the first condition is only false, if this condition only get false, then it will not come inside the if block. It will just go to the else block of this particular if, and where it is this one. For this if, this else block is here. Okay, so for this if it is here, and for this if, this else is here, and for this if, this else is here. Okay, so now if it will the first condition is false, then it will come to the else of the first if. And then as we are working for the nested if else and we have to nest three conditions, in the nested if else we have to nest three conditions minimum. So if I'm taking condition 3 here, and if this condition 3 is true, it will come inside. If condition 3 is false, it will go to the else. And the last one, this brace is basically for the else one. This is the brace for the this else. Okay, so this is for this one. Okay, so this way we can basically this is the syntax for the if else if, that is if else if, that is nested if else. Now I want to go for some programs related to them. So first of all, I will discuss the ladder also, the syntax for that also. But before that, I just want to go for the programs of these particular types of if else. So I'm coming back to my BlueJ. Okay, I am here now, and I'm creating a class for if else, and this time I'm just going to take a program to check the larger between two numbers. So this is the program to check the larger between two numbers, and I am going to take, first of all, I have to input two numbers if we want to check the larger. So again, import java.util.scanner. Then I'm taking public static void main. Yes. Okay. So now here I'm going to create the scanner class object. Scanner ob equals to new scanner and system.in. After that, for the larger we are going to check. So I'm going to take two numbers a and b. This time we need only two numbers because we are not using ternary operator. So you can directly make the comparison with the help of if else. So system.out.println, enter two numbers, okay, and A and B I'm going to enter. So A would be say A equals to ob dot next int. So user can enter the number ob dot next int, ob dot next int. Okay, so we will enter two numbers and then I will come to the if condition. If A greater than B, then what it will do, it will just print A is larger. So system.out.println, and I'm writing A plus is larger than plus B. Okay, A is larger than B, we will print. And if this condition gets false, so it will come to the else of this if. So it will just print B is larger than A, because if this condition is false, that means B is larger than A. So we will print B is larger than A, and this will change it, B is larger than A. So it will just take the value of A and B respectively. Yes, now our program is ready. Okay, now I'm just going to compile it, no syntax errors, and now I'm just going to run this program. Okay, so I'm going to run, and you can see I have taken two numbers. One, so 45 is larger than 24. Okay, this is right. I'm just going to run it once again. Okay, I'm just going to run it once again, and now I'm taking, okay, then 54 is larger than 7. So it is working properly, and our program is right this way. So another example I am just going to explain for the if else only. Okay, if we want to, the vowel one, if we want to check for the vowel, like if we are inputting a character and we want to check if the character is vowel or consonant. So for that I am going to create a program, import java.util.scanner and class vowel. Okay, here I am taking public static void main, string args scanner system.in out dot println, enter a character. So I'm taking char ch and equals to ob dot next and char at 0. So this is the input of the character. Now I have to check if the character which we are inputting is vowel or consonant. So if ch equal to a. Now whenever we are dealing with the characters, we have to take the characters, we have to initialize the characters in the single quotation mark. So I'm taking single quote, or I'm using or operator, logical or, and this or is used when we want, like, any of the condition is true. If any of these condition is true, then it will print, it will be true. AIOU. Okay, here. So let me just explain the logical or first. Like if we want to logical, or we will discuss the logical operators. They are different. There are three different operators for logical operators. The one of them is or, and we basically use this symbol, oh sorry, this pipe symbol when we are using logical or. The meaning of logical or is that we can take a truth table, like I'm having a, b, and A or B. So A or B means A or B. Okay. So if I'm having four different value, 1011, sorry, 1010, and then I am having the value of B as 1100. So these are four unique values of A and B. Now when we will calculate the OR, that is we are ORing, ORING, ORing the values of the expression. So what will happen? 1 means true. If we are having 1, it is true, and we are having 0, that is false. So 1 or 1 means that we will get 1, means any, actually in the OR what happens, if any of the condition is true, like here you can see 0 and 1. So 1 is true and 0 is false, but we are having a 1 here. So whenever we are having single 1, or we are having single true condition, then what will happen? It will just give us true only. So if we are having only one condition also true, then it will true. Now in this case we are having all the conditions false, like all are 0, so we will get 0. So as we are having all the conditions as false, so it will give us false. So now now coming back to the program, here what we have taken 5 different conditions for if, and we have used or, means if we are having any of these character, if we are having any of these character, it will be true, this condition will be true. So now if it will be true, it will print that system dot out dot println character is vowel, it will print vowel. And if none of these are true, means any of the character is not satisfying the condition, that it then it will come to the else portion, and it will print system.out.println system.out.println consonant, it will print consonant. So this way we can just create the program for vowel and consonant. With the help of this OR operator, we can check all the 5 at the same time. Now I'm just going to compile it, okay, and now I'm going to run it. Okay, so we will enter a character. You can see it is telling vowel, as A is vowel. Now I am just going to check for another value, so we will be able to check it for consonant also. Now I'm taking P, so you can see it is giving consonant, which is correct. So this way we can just check for vowel and consonant. In this particular program, I told you 3 different concepts. Like we discussed that how to enter the character, how to use OR operator, how to use if else also, because it is an example of if else also. Now I'm just going to tell you the question which we have asked, the swapping question using third variable. Okay, so I will just tell that question. Fine. Scanner. Okay, then I'm taking the class swapping one. Then RGS. And what basically? Okay, so scanner class object scan. Okay, then I'm taking system. Enter two numbers. Here also, or we can take it above also. So I'm B, C, and the C variable we should take, I think we should take 0, okay, because we are taking it 0 because it is not having any value, and we do not have to basically we have to use it as empty variable, so we have to initialize it with 0, so it will take empty. Now I have taken the 2 values. Now the process of swapping will be occurred. So C equals to A equals to B, and B equals to C. After that we will just print out println swapped value of value of a, then swapped value of b, then swapped value of a and b. Compile it, there is no error, and then I'll just run this program. So yes, enter two numbers, suppose 34 and 56. So you can see now the value of a and b has been swapped. Okay. So next, so when we want to work with a ladder, that means we have to take three conditions. Yes, yes, I remember. Yes, yesterday I told the syntax only, and I have to tell the program today. Yes, largest. So I am taking a program to calculate check the largest among three numbers. Largest among three numbers. The largest among three numbers. For calculating the largest, we can use the nested if else. And the nested if else, we can nest the values till three numbers. Java.util dot largest, then void main. Okay. After that, now scanner class object scanner. Okay, first of all, yes, we have to take largest, so we need three numbers. Okay. Then message A, B, C. Dot okay, then now we are going to ABC we have not taken, that's why it's giving error. So we'll just take the three variables A, B, and C. And C, the comma should be here. Then now I'm just going to tell the if else nested if else condition. So if A greater than B, then we will check if uh, yes, A greater than C also. Means if A greater than B, then we have to check that it is greater than C also. First it will check for B and then for C. If that condition is true, then it will print system.out.println and it will print A is largest among plus the comma plus B plus C. So this way we can do it system.out.println A is largest among A, B, and C. Then if this particular condition gets false, then what will happen? A is not larger than C, that means C is larger. So we will just come to the else one and we will print C is largest among ABC. In that condition, it would happen that C is largest among ABC. Then if this condition only gets false, the first condition is false, that means A is smaller than B. If this is false, it means A is smaller than B. Then it will basically come to the else portion of the first if. And here also it will check a condition and it will check. Now B is larger than A means we have to check that B is greater than C or not. So here we will take B is largest among ABC, then else I'm taking. Here I will just C is largest. Okay. This way I will just explain the program, don't worry. We will just go through it. Okay. Now I'm just going to compile it. So I'm just going to run. Okay, three numbers. So 55 is largest among ABC. It is given the correct answer. That is 12, 34, and 555. Now again I'm going to run it. and this time I'm taking 4 the largest, so you can see it is also giving the correct answer. Whichever value, the first, second or third, whichever number we are giving the largest value, variable we are giving the largest value should give the right answer. So now 45 is largest, so all three conditions are getting satisfied. Now I'm just going to explain this with the help of annotation. We were having a equals to, let me come inside the code first of all. Yeah. So what is basically happening here? Yes, this is the code, and now I'm just taking some dummy values and I will just explain it. Like a equals to 3, b equals to say 4, and c equals to 5. This time we know that c is largest, but how we will check in our program? It will check first of all the first condition, a greater than b. So a greater than b condition is false. A is not larger than b. This is false condition. As this condition is false, it will go in the else section. Here it will come, and then it will check if b is larger than c. It is also false. B is not larger than c. You can see c is largest. So it will come to the else portion and print c is largest among ABC. It is correct. Okay, now again I'm just changing the values of ABC. I'm taking a equals to 4, b equals to 5, and c equals to 1. This time b is largest, so it will first of all check that a is greater than b. The condition is like you can see it is false. B is largest, a is smaller, so it will take false. So because it is false, it will just come to the else portion and it will check if b is greater than c. Yes, b is greater than c. It is true. As it is true, it will print b is largest among ABC. This program code is also correct. Now again we will check for some other value. This time I'm taking a equals to 33, b equals to 4, c equals to 5. So this time a greater than b, this condition is true. This condition is true. It will come inside the loop and it will, is inside the if. It will check if a greater than c. This is also true. A is greater than c. That's why it will print that a is largest among ABC. Then I am just going to change the value once again. Okay, this time I am taking a equals to 55, b equals to b equals to 6, and c equals to 66. So first of all, it will just check that a greater than b condition true hai. Condition is true. It is true. It will come inside and it will check if a greater than c also. No, a greater than c is false. It will not come inside. It will go to this particular position, this position, and it will print c is largest among ABC. So now the next, which I have not discussed yet, I have to discuss the ladder. I have discussed only 3 types of if else. The fourth one was ladder, if else ladder. So I'm just going to start it. Ladder, basically when we are dealing with ladder, if else ladder, so basically we have to, if we are having multiple conditions, like we are having 10 conditions, 7 conditions, 40 conditions. So in that condition, in that case, if we are using nested if else, so it would be like a very clumsy code, and we will having a lot of braces there, and it will create problem for us. So ladder basically removes the concept of braces, and we do not have to use these curly braces here in the case of ladder, and we can nest multiple conditions, more than 3 conditions. So just I'm telling the syntax first of all, then I will go to the code. So I am taking if condition 1, if this condition is true, then it will print statements of this particular if. Else if another condition, I am taking condition 2 is true, then it will print the statements, and then again it will come to the next. So if it will check the another condition, suppose condition 3, if this particular condition is true, it will print this condition, this statement, and so on till n number of conditions, till n number of conditions. Suppose this is condition n, and if this one is correct, it will print these statements associated with this particular else condition. If all the conditions from if till else n number of conditions, all n number of conditions are false, then it will go to the else portion, and then it will print the statements associated with else. So this way basically the if else ladder works. This is the syntax for if else ladder. Now I'm just going to tell the program for if else ladder. So we will take a program of weekday, that is the days of the week. So I'm just going to explain that program. Okay, So here I'm going to create a new file, and weekday program I will take weekday. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I will just input a number and we will just check if the number is between 1 to 7. That is 1 for Sunday, 2 for Monday, and 7 for Saturday. Basically, what is there actually when you are working on a computer or you are working in a mobile or some electronic device, basically 0 is considered as Sunday. So 0 is considered as Sunday, the first day of week, and it is taking the value 0 inside, and then 1 for Monday, 2 for Tuesday. So we can also take 0 to 6. So I am going to take 0 to 6 only. Okay, I'm going to take 0 to 6. So I'm taking import java.util.scanner, and then class weekday, and here um, public static void main and string args. Okay, after that I'm just creating scanner ob equals to, because we have to take input of a out dot println, and I'm writing enter. So here I will take ob equal, oh, sorry, number I'm taking n, and n equals to ob dot next int. So this is the number we have n. Now we are going to do, they do the if else one. So I'm taking n equal to 0 for Sunday. Then I will just print system dot out dot print ln, and I will print Sunday. Okay. Now after this we have to take else if, and n equal to 1. Then system dot out dot print ln, I'm printing Monday. Okay, so this way we will just go through every weekday. Else if is required for different else conditions. The nested, sorry, the ladder. This is Tuesday. Third is Wednesday, and then fourth is Thursday, and this is Friday. So these are the 6 days, and we have checked the number with 0 to 6 different values. If the user will enter any number between 0 to 6, it will just check each and every condition step by step, and it will print the respective statement associated with any condition. But if all the conditions are false, say the user has input 7 or he has input 12, so what will happen? It will not get the value between 0 to 6. So it will come to the else portion, and it will just print system dot out dot println, and it will print not a weekday. Not a weekday. Okay. Not a weekday. So this way, and our program is over. So this is the program for weekday. So now I'm just going to run this program, and I'm just going to compile it first. Yes, there is no problem. Now I'm just going to run this. And, enter a number. Suppose 4 I have entered, it is printing Thursday, that is correct. 0 is Sunday, 1 Monday, 2 Tuesday, 3 Wednesday, and 4 Thursday, correct. And then I'm just going to run it, and this time I will take any value that is out of the range of 0 to 6. So you can see it is printing not a weekday, and this is correct. So our program is working properly. So next, okay, we have discussed the concepts related to if else, and we have discussed all the 4 types of if else, that is normal if else ladder, and if else nested if else. So now I'm just going to tell one more program. That now I'm just going to first of all tell you about the switch case. Okay, about the switch case. So switch case is another selective statement, the second selective statement. So in the switch case, there is some differences between the switch case and the if else. So the first difference is that when we are dealing with the if else condition, in that we have to just in the switch case, float is not supported. That is the double, that is a decimal value. So if we are working with the decimal values, switch case does not support a decimal value. It works on only absolute values like 1 2 3 4, because switch case is basically meant for menu driven programs, like we call on the customer care and it asks English के लिए हिंदी के लिए दो दबाएं. So what happens, it is asking, it is giving a menu to us. If we will press 1, then it will give another options like for customer care executive press 9, for inquiry press 2. So this is what, this is a menu. So these kind of menu driven programs, like if you are creating a program for calculator, so that kind you are calculating making a program for menu driven calculator. So what will happen in that program, basically you will just give a menu, and with the help of that menu you can select different values. So switch case is basically meant for menu driven programs. It cannot handle the range like less than, greater than, and these kind of things are not basically handled in the switch case. Okay, so if else basically can handle the switch case, if else can handle the decimal values, and it is not basically meant for menu driven programs. But if we want to create menu, we can also create an if else, but basically switch case is made for menu driven programs. So these are the differences. Okay, and I'm just going to tell you the syntax first. Okay, here I'm going to give the syntax. First of all, you have to use the switch. In this, you have to give the expression. Expression is the number to which we have to deal. I will just explain it. Suppose I am giving some case condition 1. So basically case condition 1 I am giving, then we will print the respective statements. Okay, and break. So these are the three things which is necessary when we are dealing with switch case. First of all, case condition 1, then statements related to this, statements. Then the break. Basically what break is doing, break is basically switching between the different conditions. It is switching between the different conditions, just like the braces which we use in the if else. So this is first condition. So similarly we can have n number of conditions. There is no limit. We can have n number of conditions in switch case, and like this we can have multiple conditions till n condition. Okay, this is n condition. Now what happens if all the conditions are false, no, not a single condition is true, like if else, what we do, if there is not a single condition is true, in that condition we go to the else portion, but here we go to the default. So default we can use statements. So default is in the place of else, like in if else ladder we have else, single else, which works for the purpose of which works for the purpose of if all the conditions are false, then we can go to there. Similarly here we have default. So default basically works like else in if else. Okay, so now I'm just going to tell the program related to this. So I'm just coming back to my BlueJ. Okay, so here we are. Now I'm just going to tell the same program of weekday. First of all, we will do some more programs day by day. We will do other programs also, but this time I am going to give the example of weekday, and this particular example I will use switch keys. So okay, first of all, I just want to copy some content from here. I just want to copy this much, the input portion. Okay, so here what is happening? Okay, so here we have just taken the input, and now this time I'm going to switch. I'm going to use a switch case, which we have to use, and here I'm giving n. So the n which we were basically using in if else, what we were doing if n equal to 1. So this condition we were giving in if, but in switch case we have to use switch, and we have to pass the variable here in the braces, sorry, in the parentheses here. Now we have to give the condition here, like if n equal to 1 we were taking. So this n was basically in this if else we were taking an equal to 1, and here in switch the variable we take here, and then 1, the condition as we are checking, we are taking it here in the case. So now I'm just going to print the statement system.out.println, and we will print Sunday. Okay, we were taking from 0 actually. So this time also I will take from 0 only. 0. If I am having 0, then it will print Sunday. Okay, then break. Is it a 0 or oh, it is 0? Okay, fine. So similarly, we can create all the 7 different cases for other days. This is case 1, and here it will print Monday. Okay, then it will create take day 2, day Tuesday, then day 3, and Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, I'm taking Thursday, and after that 6 for Saturday, and we have already started with Sunday, so Saturday. Okay, so this way we have created all the 6 different cases, and I'm taking default. Means if any of these condition is not true, then basically it will go to the default, and default is basically used for printing the case in which all the conditions are false, like else we use in if else. So not a weekday I am printing here. Okay, so now this program is completed, and I'm just going to run it. Okay, I'm just going to run it. First of all, I will compile it, and after that I'm just going to run. You can see for Thursday it is correct, and then again I will just take another example, and I am taking 9, so it is giving not a weekday. So basically our program is working apparently. Now I'm just going to create one more program for vowel, and the type of vowel actually, type of vowel, and this I am going to create with the help of switch case first of all. So type of vowel means when we are working with the like we are entering a character, and there we want to check the vowel, which vowel we are having. So we have to print the type, that is A, E, I, O, U. We have to print the name of the vowel, that is a character, whichever is vowel, we have to print it. But when we have to print, we have to deal with the question, the write a program to check whether the character is vowel or consonant. In that, we just have to tell that the character is vowel. We do not have to tell that which vowel is there. Okay, but in the case of type of vowel, we have to tell specifically that which vowel we are having. So import java.bluej.scanner, and then class type of vowel as I have taken. Then the public void main. Oh, what I have written, actually I have written wrong. It is not system.in, it's string args basically. String args, scanner. Okay, so we have created the object also. Now first of all we will just take input of a number, system.out.println. No, we actually have to take a character, so enter a character, not a number, enter character. We have taken, and char ch equals to ob.next, and dot char add 0. So we can just take the character input. Now I'm using switch case this time. Uh, Switch, and I will just pass this character. This character will be checked that it is which particular vowel it is. So I'm taking case. Now when we are dealing with characters, always remember we have to use single quotes. So now we will just check case A and also case A. That is, we can check multiple cases at a time. So I will check for small and capital both, because it is not good if we are working with a vowel program and we are giving capital alphabet and it says that it is a consonant. So we have to always remember that we have to give both in the condition. Otherwise, in the case of capital alphabet, is a person is inputting a capital alphabet, it will just say that it is vowel. So it is not a good thing. It is consonant, it will say. Okay. So now I'm just going to print ch is no. We will say vowel is a we want, so I'm just checking ch, so it will just print the value of ch, whichever vowel it is taking that time. Now I'm just going to do for 5 values, and we'll just change the things here. A E, then A E I, then this is the way. Now we will take the default also, default, and here we will say the character is consonant. So system.out.println the character, and we can also give the character also, which character we are talking about. Ch consonant. Now everything is fine here. Yes. Now we can just run this program. First of all, I will compile it. No errors. And now I will run it. So enter a character. Suppose I have entered E, so it is saying vowel is E. So this is the program for type of vowel. Now I'm giving capital A, then it will give vowel is A. So it will never miss the type, any type, whichever we are giving. It will just give us the correct answer. And again, I'm going to check, and this time I will check for the consonant. If it is not vowel, then it will print that the character D is consonant. So this is the way of dealing with the programs in a formatted way. If you want to use this, like we are taking very formatted output. Okay. So this I have just copied. No, I am not copying actually. We will just go to some other program for another concept. Okay, now what I am going to do basically, why it is giving error somewhere? Let me check. Okay, this has been removed. Okay, fine. Okay, next question. I am just coming to the next program. Okay, this time converter we have done. Okay, ternary we have done. Okay, if else only I'm giving some example of if else. Like if you have to check the type of vowel using if else, I hope you would be able to do now. Using if else also, if you have to use the type of vowel, you will use if else ladder, because there are multiple conditions. But you have, when you have to deal with the type of vowel, we have to deal with the program of consonant or vowel. Only when we have to tell only that it is a consonant or vowel, in that case you will use normal if else. But if you are dealing with the type of vowel, then you have to use if else ladder. So you can see ladder also is here. So I have mentioned separately that which particular concept has to be used in your program, but in your examination it will be not mentioned. So this time you are the beginner, you are just practicing, you are learning. So that's why I have mentioned, because this time it is important that you can run the program. But further, when I will tell more programs related to these concepts, so I will not mention that what type you have to take, which particular type you have to deal. Okay, so this is for practice. So at least like you can see that there are some more questions here also for switch. So write a program to input a number and print a weekday. This is the program, and this is for switch case. So weekday one I have already told you, and again it is for month. So you can see the second question, write a program to input a number and print month name. So like the weekday, you have to deal with the month name, like you have to check from 1 to 12, and you have to print like January, February. Okay, so this is similar as weekday one. The character type of vowel, I have discussed this program. Then there is a program, write a program to input two numbers and a menu driven calculator. So this is a program for menu driven calculator. You just have to create a menu. For menu, you just have to make printing statements. Okay, let me tell this program only. Okay, I'm just going to tell this program. So it would be easier for you. CalC. So I'm taking CalC, the program for calculator, or here I'm going to take the menu. First of all, the menu driven program for the switch using switch case. Whenever it is asked to create a menu driven program, always remember that you have to use the concept of switch case if it is asking to create a menu driven program. Java dot scanner class CalC. ARGS. That we will just take scanner. System.out.println. First of all, we will ask the user to enter two numbers as it is given in the question that enter two numbers. So first of all, we have to always follow the question what it is asking. In the same way, we have to work. I am taking A and B, two numbers, and I am taking one more variable C to show the output. Okay, so A equals to ob dot next int and again. Now what we have to do, basically we have to create a menu. So for a menu we will take system dot out dot print, and first of all the person will enter the two numbers, then it will show us the menu. Like I'm just creating a menu here. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, I am taking four operations. First of all, so addition, I'm giving the menu. Like first of all, if a person wants to perform addition, he could press 1. Subtraction, division, and fourth I'm taking multiplication. Write product or multiplication, both are same things. Now I'm just going to take a choice, that which particular choice the user want to perform from the menu. So enter your choice. The user can enter the choice. So I'm taking int ch for choice, and ob dot next int, it will be asking us to enter the choice. We can enter. Now I'm just going to create the four different cases for four different type of operations which we are using. One, if the user will press 1, then what will happen? It will calculate addition. Okay, let me take the switch also. Ch, here I am taking c. Yes, that is okay. So if 1, then addition. So c equals to a plus b, and we'll just print system dot out println, and we'll print addition, and we will then break. Similarly, we will do for the next three cases, that is subtraction, multiplication, and division. Okay, then 2, 3, 4. So the second case, the user will press 2, it will go for subtraction. So we'll just change the sign and we'll perform subtraction, and 3. Then 3 is division. We have taken division in 3, so we'll just perform division. It will print the quotient basically. Then the next one is 4, and this 4 will take for the is taken for the product. So we'll take the multiplication, and we will just print the multiplication, or we'll say product. After that, we will just give the default, and in the default we will print system.out.println, and we will write invalid choice. if a person is inputting a value out of the range, the 1 to 1 2 3 4 we are giving, if the person is giving the value any else value, then we just write invalid choice, invalid choice. So the default will. So this way we have created a menu different program for calculator, and I have compiled it. I'm just going to run the program, enter two numbers. Suppose I'm entering two numbers, and now you can see the menu is here. And if I want to divide, or if I just want to make the product, so you can see it has multiplied and given as the product. Okay, so this is the very good way of creating a menu different program. I'm again going to take two different numbers, and I want subtraction. So you can see -10, the subtraction is here. So this way we can just go for any menu driven program. Whenever it is asked to create menu driven program, always remember menu means you have to use switch case, and you have to give the options like this, then you have to enter a choice and then cases. Today I am willing to discuss the concept of object oriented programming. As far we have not discussed the concepts of OOPS, and it is very important. It is very important as per the like curriculum also, because there is a complete chapter regarding this in your course. So today I'm just going to start with the OOPS concepts. So first of all, when we are talking about OOPS, that is programming concept. Programming, that is OOPS. There are basically one object, then after the 10 meters data, then inheritance. So created. So first of all, when talking about a class, so when we are talk about the classes, basically what happens that like you are attending a class and this is a Java class. Similarly, if you think about your school, so in your class there are multiple students and they belong to class 10. So all the students who belong to class 10 uh, study in the same room. When we consider that room, then it is called a class. If at any time another class is going on in that room, then it will be denoted with that name. Like if it was a Python class, it will be called Python class. It is a Java class, so we are calling it Java class because all the students or the students which are studying in this particular class belongs to Java class. So collection of similar type things are known as class, is known as class. So basically class is a representation of a collection. Class is a collection of similar elements. All the students are similar as they are studying the same content, they belong to same class. Maybe their values are different, like their data, like when we talk about okay, when we talk about a student, so the name of the student, the age of the student, the roll number, even the address, the mobile number, everything, the properties of the student vary, but they all belong to the same class, belonging on depending on a single property, like it must be the subject, it must be the like they are enrolled into the same class or something like that. So class is a collection of similar elements. First of all, class is a collection of similar elements. So another object, another thing is object, and another I'm coming towards object. So when we talk about object, basically objects are the real life entity. So real life entity means the things which are tangible, which we can see, which can touch, are known as tangible things, and the objects are basically tangible. So if I consider an example of pen, like consider an Edgel pen. So when you are considering an Edgel pen, just imagine when you go to the shop, the stationery shop, to purchase that pen, and you ask the shopkeeper to give you Edgel pen. So there are there is not a single pen. There are numerous pens available of the same color, same size, same look, and same pen. So there are multiple HL pen on that shop, and you will purchase a single. So what happens when we talk about an object? We are having a one, but there are multiple objects at the same time. So all the HL pen which are present in the market in India, in world, so they all belong to which class? They belong to HL class, because all the pens look similar, they are having similar properties, but they are different objects. Like all the students are individual students, they are having their own property, but they belong to the student class because they will always be called student, but they are having different properties. Similarly, in the case of pen also, each and every real life entity, like the laptop, everything which we can see, we can touch. Laptop, mobile, pen, computer, anything, any tangible thing which we can touch, that is known as tangible. So everything which we can see and touch is known as object. And whenever there is an object, that means there must be a class. Whenever there is an object, there must be a class. Always remember. So the next thing which I will talk about, that is data abstraction. So the third concept is, sorry, data and methods. Data and methods. So when we talk about data and methods, basically what happens that whenever there is an object, it must be having some data. Like when we talk about that HL pen, the same pen which we are going to, which we were purchasing, that HL pen is having some properties like its body, its cap, its color, its refill, its ink. Each and everything which belongs to an object is known as its data. So data, what is data? Each and every which belongs to an object is called its data. Each and everything which belongs to an object is called data. So data means everything which belongs to the object. And when we talk about method, basically what is a method? Every working, like method means process means functionality, the behavior. What behavior does a pen shows? It shows a behavior of writing. What behavior does a laptop show, or a fan show? A fan shows a behavior that it gives us air, or wind, we can say. So whenever we talk about an object, it is having some data and also the method. All the behavior implementation is known as the method, and all the belongings of an object is called its data. So behavior of an object. So basically method is the behavior implementation of an object, that what an object is basically doing, the process which is it is showing. Okay, we can call it a function also. uh, Function. So function, some functions are represented by the objects. So basically every object has some data and also shows some method, that is the function. So now I'm just coming towards the concept of data abstraction. So when we are talking about data abstraction, basically abstraction means basically abstraction is the phenomena, and this abstraction word is like it is derived from the word abstract. This is derived from the word abstract, data abstraction, and the meaning of abstraction is focusing on the essential details, on the essential, and leaving the non-essential. So like everybody have a switchboard in their homes. We have multiple switchboards in our home, and every switchboard contains different switches. So every switchboard contains different switches and different functionality. We always remember that which particular switch is meant for which purpose. Like you must be remembering that which switch is for fan, which is for bulb, which is for tube light, which is for anything else. So we all remember the switches that which belong to which switch belongs to which particular equipment. But have you ever noticed or focused that in behind the switch, which particular color wire has been used? Like which wire for neutral, which wire for phase? Has the switch having the black wire for neutral or the green wire for phase? Generally, people not does not notice them. है ना? Everybody do not think about that which wire should have been used and which is used or not until unless you open that because of some purpose, like there is some problem then. And if suppose somebody is like you are wondering about purchasing a bike. Suppose you are thinking that I will purchase when I will purchase a bike, I will purchase a blue color bike or a black color bike. It will be Pulsar or any particular model. It must be having this much cc or this much mileage. The average must be this much. You all, matlab, a person figure out in mind that this particular bike I will purchase. Now, when you go to the showroom, you ask for the same one. And if there is something like that particular color which you are willing to purchase, it not available, so you will say that okay, I will wait for it or I will purchase from some another showroom. So the features whichever you need, you will focus. But has somebody ever said that if the color or inside the tank, petrol tank is red, then only I will purchase the bike? Nobody focuses that which particular color is inside the petrol tank, or from where does the brake wire is going. Nobody focus on this because what is essential to us, we focus on them also. So the concept of abstraction is similar. So that is focusing on the essential details and leaving the non-essential. So which the things which are not essential to us, we would not focus on them. We will just leave them. We will not hide them. We will leave them because it is not of our consideration. But if we talk about the electrician, so the electrician must remember always that which particular wire he uses for the phase and which one for the neutral. So because he must be doing the wiring in multiple homes, so he always use the same thing. So that's why this is his consideration, so he will focus on that. Yes, the electrician must not remember in our house which particular switch works for what, because it is not his focus. Okay, so focusing on the essential details and leaving the non-essential is the concept of abstraction. So next, I'm just coming towards the concept of encapsulation. So the concept of encapsulation is basically derived from the word capsule. It is derived from the word capsule. And now when we talk about capsule, like encapsulation is a phenomenon and it is derived from the word capsule. So basically, when considering a capsule or a tablet, so basically a capsule, when we think about it is, we know about the multivitamin capsules, and we have heard about calcium sandals, the calcium tablets. So usually what happens, the tablets are a combination of a single component. Like I'm not talking about in the terms of medical. We are not talking about in that terms, but in general, we can say that basically tablets are composition of single component maybe. But when we talk about any capsule, so what happens? Like I talked about multivitamin capsule. So a multivitamin capsule is basically a combination of multiple vitamins. So a capsule can be thought about like it is a combination of multiple components. So we can define encapsulation also in the same terms, like binding up of data and methods to a single unit. So encapsulation means binding up of data and methods into a single unit. So the concept of encapsulation say that when we bind up different data and methods into a single unit, then it is called encapsulation. Like if we can take a good example, like object could be a good example of encapsulation, because when we talk about object, there also there is a combination of different data and methods, as we have talked about. So object is also a combination of different data and methods, so it could be an example of encapsulation. So next concept comes about polymorphism. So next is polymorphism. I'm taking sixth one is. So when we talk about polymorphism, polymorphism is basically again a phenomena, and basically it is derived from the word polymorph. So polymorph. So when we talk about polymorphism, as it is derived from the word polymorph, and poly means many, as you know about polygon. So poly plus morph, poly means many, and morph means form. So morph means forms. So this is many forms. So yes, if we take some example, if we are talking about a shape, so if we are having a shape class, and that shape must have some area. So if we implement some formula of rectangle, then that shape would be considered as rectangle. If oval, then oval, triangle, square, whatever shape it is, it would be a shape only. So basically what is happening, a same name is having multiple forms. Like a shape could be a rectangle, an oval, a triangle, a circle, or a square even. So basically, when we talk about polymorphism, it is a good example. Generally, it is considered in the programming also. Like we create a class shape and we implement area of multiple shapes just by changing their formulas. Okay, so this is like polymorphism. This is a concept of polymorphism. Okay, so when we the next one and the last one, that is inheritance. So when we talk about inheritance, basically inheritance basically gives is a relationship. It represents is a relationship. That means when we are talking about inheritance, there could be, like I'm just giving an example, parent child relationship. Yes, parent child relationship is very good example, and it's a very basic example of inheritance. Like in biology, everybody has studied about parent child relationship. So similarly here also, the concept of inheritance is similar. We inherit the properties from our parents. Similarly, a class inherits the properties from another class. Like this is a person class, and this is student class. Let me create it. This is student class, and this one is employee class. Employee class. So basically, what is happening? The student class is also inheriting the properties of person class, and the employee class is also inheriting the properties of person class. So basically, what is happening? The we can say that a student is a person, employee is a person. That means this is the inheritance. So whenever there is inheritance, one class is inheriting the properties of another. So there is a relationship. Okay, so there are different types of inheritance. Let me tell you types of inheritance. There are 5 different types of inheritance, and first one is single inheritance. Mm, The second one is hierarchical inheritance, then multi-level inheritance, then after that hybrid inheritance, and it's hybrid, and then multiple inheritance. So basically, these are 5 different kinds of inheritance, 5 different types of inheritance, which we basically use. So when I'm talking about the single inheritance, the first one, the single inheritance. So in single inheritance, what happens? A single class inherits the properties of another class. Like there were 2 classes. Uh, okay, let me just draw it here. Yes, like there were 2 classes, and this was like class A. The first one was the class A, and this one is class B. So basically, what happens? The class which is giving the properties, A class here is giving the properties. So the class which is giving the properties is called as superclass, or we can call it base class, or we can call it parent class. And the class which is inheriting the properties, which is taking the properties, is basically called subclass, or derived class, or we can say child class. So these are the terminologies which are used for inheritance. This is the example of single inheritance. When a single class is inheriting the properties of another single class, then it is called single inheritance. The another example, the second one, is the hierarchical inheritance, and this one which I have made here, it's hierarchical inheritance. hierarchical inheritance, because whenever multiple classes are inheriting properties of a single class, whenever multiple classes are inheriting the properties of a single class, then it is known as hierarchical inheritance. It basically follows the tree like structure and a top bottom approach, top down approach. So basically this is the top class, this is the bottom class, the person is the top one, and the base classes are the derived classes are student and employee. So it follows the top down approach, and it is tree like structure, and this is called a hierarchical inheritance. Okay, so as we have already discussed the first two inheritance, single inheritance and hierarchical inheritance, so now I am just coming towards the next one, and that is multi-level inheritance. So when we are talking about multi-level inheritance, basically multi-level inheritance is represents a grandparent relationship. So multi-level inheritance represents a grandparent relationship, and here what happens? The base class, like this is the base class A, and class B is inheriting the properties of class A, and class C is inheriting the properties of class B. So basically, the class A is known as grandparent of the class C, because class C is extending the properties of B, and B is having A's property. So what will happen? C would also be having the property of class A. Okay, let me tell you, multi-level inheritance it is. So basically you can see that there are multiple levels. When we are talking about multi-level inheritance, there are multiple levels in the inheritance. Basically what is happening? Class C is inheriting the properties of class B. So basically class C is having B's properties, and B is also having class A properties, because it is inheriting A. So what will happen? As B is also having properties of A, class C will automatically get the properties of A. So this type of structure, like multi-level, when there are multiple levels, like you can say A, then B, then C, maybe D, E. So when there is multiple level, then it is called grandparent relationship. So class A is basically acting as a grandparent of class C, and class C is just like grandchild. Okay, like let me give you a real life example regarding this. So whenever if you think about mobile phones, so you must have seen those mobiles also, which are black and white. They are not having any multimedia features, they are black and white simple phones. So those phones which are not having any properties, they are having only calling and messaging features. Okay, so now when we talk about mobile phones, what happened? When the mobile phone like keypad one has came, which was not having any extra features, only calling and messaging was there. So after that new mobiles came, and they were having, after those new mobiles came, they were having features like they were having radio, they were having MP3, MP4 there. Then after some time, new mobiles came, they were also having internet also. Then again, new mobiles came, they were having camera also. After that, time goes on, and now we can see that which kind of mobiles which we are using. They are smartphones, and they are having numerous features like location, GPS, and many more. So what is happening? Basically companies are, when they are working on a mobile phone, in the older time, after one launch of a mobile, they took a lot of time to launch another phone. But these days what happened? Suppose today a new phone has launched by Samsung. Within 2 months, another model will be in the market, even in the 1.5 month. So now the things are that the frequency, or we can say the speed of creating new mobiles and new devices has been increased. This is just because of inheritance. Because what happens, like as in the starting, they were having few features. They just used the features which suppose, let me create an example here. Let me tell you with this example. Okay, this is M1, that is mobile one. This is M2, this is M3, and this one is MN. That is N number of nth number. Okay, so like in between there must be many other. So let me just explain you. Okay, so this is nth phone. Now let me tell you, this was having only calling feature, calling messaging. This was the basic feature which generally those black and white mobile keypad one were having. After that, the enhancement goes, and the new mobiles were having calling, messaging. I'm writing in short, messaging, and radio also. Then after that, the mobiles came. They were having calling also, messaging also, radio, MP3, MP4 player, camera, etc., etc. So they were having a lot of feature. Then today, what we are having, you know very well. So the phones which we are having today. So basically, today what is basically having, as the I was just talking about the speed of development. The phones which we are having today, and when a company launches a new model of their like any model of the company Samsung has launched, so what happens, within few months, within few days even, another model comes into the market. This happens because of the concept of inheritance. What the companies are doing these days to make the creation fast, they just inherit the features from the old one. A phone is having 4 GB RAM, it is having 64 internal, or it is having some camera, some Android configuration, something like that. They just take the features, existing features, and add on the new features in the new mobile. They don't keep on coding from the very scratch. They do not code from the very scratch. They just take the features which are already existing and then add on the new features. So this just reduces their time of creating new device. So basically, in this way, they are using inheritance and making the speed of uh, launching the new phones fast. So the next one is the hybrid inheritance. Next one is the hybrid inheritance. So when we talk about hybrid means mixture. Okay, hybrid means mixture. So if we are having a structure which is representing a mixture of different inheritance, then it must be called hybrid inheritance. If we are having a structure like this, let me draw it, and this is structure. So this kind of a structure is having a mixture of different inheritance. Like suppose this is class A, this is class B, and say this one is the class C. So this particular inheritance is multi-level. You can see this is representing multi-level. How you can see? Wait a minute. Yes, you can see this is a multi-level inheritance. And again, what is happening, this particular is representing hierarchical inheritance. So what is happening, here are two inheritance combined. So when there is a combination of more than one inheritance in a single program, or in a single program or application, then it is called hybrid inheritance. So in the hybrid inheritance, there is a mixture of different inheritance. The mixture of different inheritance is represented, and that is called hybrid. Now, when we talk about the multiple inheritance, so in the case of multiple inheritance, what happens, that there are more than one superclasses and only single subclass, like class A and class B are the superclasses. Sorry, class B are the superclasses, and the class C is the subclass. So this kind of structure, which is having more than one superclasses and only one subclass, that is known as multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance. Okay. So multiple inheritance, so actually is not so far possible in Java. In Java, we cannot implement the concept of multiple inheritance. Like multiple inheritance is that we are having multiple superclasses and one subclass. So this particular structure in which we have multiple superclasses and only one subclass is not applicable in Java. But there is an alternative approach, or we can say there is an alternative approach to implement such a structure. This kind of a structure where are two superclasses and one subclass. This kind of structure can be implemented with the help of interfaces, but it would be not counted in inheritance. Like multiple inheritance is not possible, but we can implement it with the help of another concept which is known as interfaces. Okay, so these were the concept of object-oriented programming which I have discussed today. These are the concept of OOPs. Okay, So I have completed the concept of hoops. Pattern 1. Okay, I'm creating pattern 1 like this. I'll just. So I'm creating a class pattern 1. For that, I'm going to take. So I'm just going to take that only, that example which we did to that day. I equals to 1, I less than equals to 3, and I plus plus. So we always have to consider the number of rows and columns. We have to consider the number of rows and columns. So like I have taken I equals to 1, and actually I have declared it previously. That's why it's showing multiple declaration error. I equals to 1, I less than equals to 3, I plus plus. Then for j equals to 1, j less than equals to 3, and j plus plus. Okay, so here system dot out dot print, and I'm taking the star, and system dot out dot print ln. Okay, so now this I have taken this pattern 1, and the same pattern which we did that day. So after that, after this we will do another patterns also. So I have just compiled it, and I'm just going to print it, run it. So you can see that this was the pattern. So we just have to consider the number of rows and columns. We took it till 3 because we were having 3 rows and we were having 3 columns. That's why we have done that. Okay, the next pattern I'm just going to take pattern 2. Oh, sorry. So for this one, I'm just going to take a triangle pattern 2, and we will just. Okay, I'm just going to take integer I and j again. For I equals to 1, I less than equals to 5, I plus plus. Then for j equals to 1, j less than equals to I, and j plus plus. After that, here I'm printing system. Star I'm taking. Okay, then this time also we are printing a star only, but in a different pattern. I have nested it till I. So print ln I'm taking for the next line this time. We're going to compile it and run it. So we have got this particular pattern. What should we do if we want to, in this particular pattern, like let me come here again in the editor, and I am just going to give you a simple dry run. We are having I equals to 1. After that, 1 less than equals to 5. So basically what we are checking if value of I is less than equals to 5 or not. If this condition is true, then we will come inside, and inside we are having j loop. So j equals to 1. Then we will check j less than equals to I. That is 1 less than equals to I, and I is 1 again. So this condition is true. Then it will come inside and print the value of star, the value star. Where it will print at first row and first column. After that, it will just increase the value of j again. So as soon as it will increase the value of j, because this loop is not terminated till now, so it will not come out, it will stay here only. It will increase the value of j, and it will check if j, that is 2, less than equals to I, that is 1. So this condition is false. So this condition is false. So now this loop is terminated, and it will come out, and it will just come to the next line. So as it will come to the next line, so like let me tell you that what we are actually doing. We have printed this star. We have printed the star on the first line, first row, first column. Then as soon as we increased the value of j, the condition got false. And then what happened? Due to the next line, the cursor is now positioned in the second row. Then it will just go up and increase the value of I again. So I equals to 2, 2 less than equals to 5. Condition true. It will come inside, and the value of j is 1 again, because j was initialized to its initial value because the loop was terminated. Then 1 less than equals to 2. Okay, the value of j was 1 and I was 2, because we are checking till I, so it was 2. So it is, this condition is true. It will come inside and it will print the star on the second row and first column. So second row, first column it will print. So second row and first column is this one. It will print here. Then again it will increase the value of j. It will increase the value of j, and it will check 2 less than equals to 2. That is true, and that is true. So it will come inside and print star. Where it will print the star? It will print the star on the second row and second column this time. Okay, second row and second column. This one is the second row and this is the second column. So it will print the star at second row and second column like this. So like this. Okay, so then it will again increase the value. So it will again increase the value of j, that is now 3. Then it will check 3 less than equals to 2, because the value of I was 2. So it will just check j 3 less than equals to 2. The condition is false this time. After that it will check that it will just come out, and the cursor will be positioned on the next line because of this ln. Then it will go up and it will increase the value of I, that is 3. 3 less than equals to 5. The condition is true, and the condition is true. It will come inside. The j is again initialized to 1. It will check 1 less than equals to 3. The condition is true. The condition is true. So it will just print a star on the third row, that is I equals to 3, and the first column j equals to 1. So third row, first column, it will print a star again. It will print a star. Then it will increase the value of j equals to 2. That is the inner loop we are working on. 2 less than equals to 3. Condition is true. It will come in and print the star again. Where it will print now? Third row and second column it will print this time. The third row and second column it is going to print the star. It has printed. Then again it will increase the value of j. It has increased the value of j to 3. 3 less than equals to 3. Condition true. It will come inside and again print a star on the third row and third column. Then again it will increase the value of j. J equals to 4, and 4 less than equals to 3. Condition false. The condition is false, so it will just get terminated and come to the next line, and then increase the value of I equals to 4. So now this time what will happen? It will work. The j loop will be gone to 4, and it will print 4 stars in the fourth row. And then again the condition will be get false, and the value of I will become 5. Then j will run till I, that is till 5. So it will just check the values till 5 and print the star till 5. So this way it will work. I hope now it is clear. Next I'm just going to show you another pattern, and okay, I'm just copying this. And if we want to print some number, so for that I'm just going to tell that how we can do that. So I have to change it to 3. Yes, so now I'm printing j instead of star. I am printing j. So according to the value of j, a pattern will be printed. I'm just going to compile and run it. So you can see we have got 1, 1, 2, because what is happening? As soon as we come inside, the loop is working according to the value of I, and that's why in the first row we are getting I 1, 1, 1, then 2, 2, 2, then 3, 3, 3. In this way we are getting the values. Okay, so Like if we want to print the numbers, we have to take the we have to print the value of I and j. So let me just tell a bit of dry run on this question also, so you will be able to do. Here I'm just going to say I equals to 1, then j 1 less than equals to 1 condition is true, then inside it will take j equals to 1, then again 1 less than equals to 1 condition is true. Then what it will print? It will print the value of j. That means it will print I. It is printing 1. Oh, sorry, it is printing 1. It will print the value of j, and the value of j is 1. It will print in the first row and first column. I equals to 1 and j equals to 1. In the first row and first column, it will print 1. Then it will increase the value of j, and it will increase the value of j to 2, and check 2 less than equals to I is 1, still, then it will false. So it will not print anything. Then again it will increase the value of I equals to 2, then it will check j equals to 1, it is 1 less than equals to 2 condition true. And what is it is going to print? It is going to print the value of j this time on the second row and first column, so it will print 1 because the value of j is 1 this time also, so it is going to print 1. After that, j equals to 2, so j is increased, 2 less than equals to 2 condition true. So this time condition is true, it will print j where? In the second row and second column. So it is going to print value of j, that is 2 this time, so it is going to print this. So I hope you are getting the idea that how it is going to getting printed. So this way we can do this. Now if we want to work with characters, like this is pattern 4. Okay, so for this time I'm just going for the characters. Like if we want to print abcd, so suppose I'm taking char, there is a concept of ASCII values. ASCII, you can say American Standard Code for, you must have studied American Standard Code for Information Interchange. And there are 0 to 255 values, that is total 256 values it is having. And these 256 values in this, 65 is capital A, 65 is capital A, 66 is capital B, and so on till like 90 is capital Z. Similarly, if we talk about the small alphabets, so it's defined that 97 is a small a, 98 is a small b, and so on till 122 is small z. So this way, these are some of the numbers. Like for alphabets, I'm telling there is a complete chart that is having different values for every key which is present on our keyboard. So these are the ASCII concepts. So according to this, if we want to print some characters, we can just use the ASCII values to print them. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you that only, that how you can print the character. So this time I'm taking from 65. Here instead of 1, I'm taking 65 less than equals to 69. That is 69 means E, capital E. Okay, then I will just take from 65 till I again. So this time what will be printed? It will print A. Okay, so A B C, like this it will print. You can see. So modifying the value of I and j, and like for character I have told that this was a different. Modifying the value of I and j, printing the stars, these kind of things could be done with the help of these ASCII values, or interchanging the values of the loops. I hope you are getting the concept. So this time I'm going to tell you that how to print the spaces, like the patterns which are having spaces. For that, I'm taking three different loops I will take, and which kind of pattern I'm going to tell, I'm just telling you. We have done this pattern, and if we want to work with the spaces, we have to take it like this. So this pattern I'm going to print. So basically what is happening here, when we talk about the screen, so the screen is where, the screen is here, and there are spaces. Okay, so basically we have to print the spaces, and how many spaces are there? You can see there are 5 rows and 5 columns, and the number of space is one less than the number of rows. You can see one less, like it is 5, so the spaces are 4. Like in here it is one space, then it is 2, then 3, then 4. So the loop for the spaces will be one less than that of the I and j. Okay, so as I am taking 5 stars, so I will take 4 spaces. So I'm just going to perform this program. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to start, and first of all I'm taking I loop for I equals to 1, I less than equals to 5, I plus plus. Okay, then we will take the loop for the space. So here I have taken j and it is wrong, I have to take I only. Okay, so now I will take the loop for the space. So I'm taking for s equals to 1, s less than equals to 4. Actually we will take s equals to I and s greater than equals to 4, so we'll check till 4 only. uh, Sorry, less than equals to 4 and s plus plus, so we will take one less than the value of I, we will take space one less than the value of I, then system.out.print, and I'm going to print the space here. Then again we will take the for loop I and j plus plus, as we have done in the previous example, the one in which we were printing the stars. So similarly, the loop will be nested till I in system.out.print, and I'm going to print the j. And after that, system dot. This we have done. Now I'm just going to compile it. So now I'm just going to run it. Um, so you can see that we have got the spaces, and as I have printed j, so that's why we are getting the values. Otherwise, if we were printing star, we will get the stars. So I am going to do that also. Okay, here I'm just coming the editor. Yes, and if you want to work with the stars, so here if you want to print the stars, you just have to take a star here, and you will be able to print the stars. Okay, I'm just going to run it. You can see that we have received the stars this time. So now I'm just coming towards the next program. If we are having some pyramid type stuff, if we are having pyramid structure, so for that I'm just going to tell the program. This time I'm going to tell for the pyramid one. Okay, this is the program 7, pattern 7. Okay, so now what I'm going to tell you, like first of all let me draw the annotation that which kind of pattern we are talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4. And here basically we will basically having 2 3 1 and 1 2 3 4 and again 3 2 1. Yes, so this time we are going to take a pyramid structure, so this kind of structure which we are going to work with. Now when we are having such structures basically, so what we have to do, we have to basically take it like this is the one structure, and basically these are divided these type of structures are divided. Like on the left hand side, we know that how to draw this structure. The left one is very easy. We have drawn it in the previous question, and the right one also we know that how to draw. But you can see on the right structure there is one less row as compared to the left one, so it is having one row less than the left structure. So we have to keep it in mind that how to work on it. Okay, so now I'm just going to tell you a program for that. And for this kind of structure, like for the left structure, this is the left one. Let me write, this is left, this is right. So we have divided it into two portions, the left and the right. The left, in which if we are talking about the left one, so for that what we need for loops, as we have already done that. Now if we are okay, so on the right one also we are having structure. So for that, for the implementation of that, we need one more loop. Like with the help of for loops plus one, we will implement it. So I'm just going to start. Okay, I'm going to start. So I'm taking the class pattern 7, and I'm taking static void main args. Then after that, we will take integer I, j, k, and d. So this we have taken. Then I'm taking for I equals to 1, I less than equals to 4, and I plus plus. That now I'm taking s loop for s equals to I, as we have taken in the previous example. Similarly, s less than equals to 3, 1 less than the loop of I. Okay, then s plus plus. Then after that we will take. Okay, actually I have not taken s here, so let me take it s. So now I'm just going to take system dot out dot print, and here I'm going to print a space this time. After that, the for loop which I'm taking for j loop, I'm taking j equals to 1, j less than equals to I, and j plus plus. So this time I'm just going to print system.out.println, so that this I will just print, I will take, and here I will just print the value of j. Okay, after that, here I'm going to start more another loop, that is for the d1. For d I'm going to start, that is for the right hand portion. So now as you can see that here what we are having one less. You can see we are not printing from the very beginning, we are leaving the first row and then we are printing. So this case we have to focus that how we can print one row less than I. Now you can see that what I have done, I have taken d less than I minus 1. So d less than I minus 1 will reduce one line, one row from the I loop. Okay, then we will print d, and then we will take the uh, next line. Okay, so I'm just going to run this program. Okay, this is not coming promptly because I think I have done some mistake. You can see two lines are missing because we have taken d less than I minus 1, but we should take d less than I less than equal to I minus 1. So we should take less than equal to I minus 1. For that, I'm just going to come to the program and here less than equal to. Okay, so now I'm just going to run this program. So now you can see when we have taken I minus 1, it I less than I minus 1, it has reduced 2 rows, and I minus I less than equal to I minus 1. So it is taking the correct one. So this way we have done this program also, and like pyramid program we have done right now. So now I'm just going to start array, and okay, Okay, so now for array, let me just discuss first of all what is array, then we will go to the programs. So when we are talking about the concept of array, array is basically a collection of elements, of similar type elements. Array is a collection of similar elements, similar data type elements. Array is a collection of similar data type elements. This is the definition. And when we are talking about array, there are basically two types of array. There are basically two types of array. The first one is single dimensional array, and another one is the double dimensional array. So we have single dimensional and double dimensional. So the single dimensional array means the linear array. That is, if we are having, suppose how to declare, that is the declaration of single dimensional array. If we are going to declare, so we take, suppose we are taking int a of 5. That means we are going to take 5 elements in one array. Like one variable will be used to define 5 elements. So like for different values, we usually take different variables, but here what is happening, 5 different values are associated to one variable only, that is a. If we want to initialize it, so initialization is done, or the initialization of array is done in this way. This way. So now what I have done, I have initialized the array. So the initialization of array is done in this way. And the memory representation, that is that how the array is stored into the memory, that I'm going to tell. So basically the array is stored in the memory, as we are having multiple values for the single name. So this way, 1 2 3 4 5, we have taken 5 elements now. So what is happening here, first is the a of 0. Always when we are talking about array, always the first index starts from 0th position. A of 0, a of 1, a of 2, this is a of 3, and the last one is a of 4. The last element of the array is always size minus 1. So the size was 5 elements, and the last element you can see it is size minus 1. Always the last element is size minus 1, and the values as we have taken, there are 12, 33, then we took 4, then we take 50, have taken 56, okay, sorry, 12, then 33, then we have taken 4, then we have taken 56, then we have taken 7. So these were the values which we have taken. So if we are having such values, then it is the memory, it is represented, it is stored like this. And always the array is always started from the 0th index. So you can see that a of 0 is the first index, and a of 4 is the last, that is having the value 7 according to the initialization which we have done. Now when we are talking about a double dimensional array, they are basically the matrix. So when we are talking about matrix is basically the combination of rows and columns. When we are talking about matrix is a combination of rows and columns. Like this could be a matrix, and there are rows. Like here I am having, okay, suppose there are 2 rows and 2 columns. So basically the horizontal is row is horizontal, and the columns are vertical, columns are vertical in nature. So basically this is the 0th row and 0th column, this is 0th row and first column, and this is let me come there, this is first row and 0th column, and this is first row and first column, right? So this way basically we represent the matrix in the matrix format, that is the combination of row and column. Now when we are talking about array, like we are talking about double dimensional array, two dimensional array we call, so that is matrix. So we take, suppose we are taking a of 2 by 2, like we are having two rows and two columns. So this is basically the declaration. If we want to declare declaration of a two-dimensional array, and initialization, I am going to take initialization. So int a of 2 by 2 we were having, and now when we have to initialize, we have to give the rows and columns, like I am taking 1 comma 2 and 2 comma 3. So these are the values basically. 1 comma 2 is the value for the first row, and 2 comma 3 is basically the value of the second row. So this way we can initialize. In the case of memory representation, the values are stored in the linear way only, like in the single row only the values are stored. But when we print it, when we represent it, we print it in the matrix format, that is the tabular format which I have drawn. This way we will print it, but in the memory it is stored in linear array only, just like the single dimensional array. So now I am coming back to the program, and here I am just going to start the program of yes, I am going to start the program for the single dimensional array. One program I will tell today on single dimensional array, only single program. Okay. So basically, suppose we want to take input also. So I'm taking import java.util.scanner. Suppose my question is write a program to input an array and print it. Okay. The question is write a program to input an array and print it. Okay, this is the question. Now I am taking a class, as we have taken array one. Then we will take our public static void main. After that, we will create the object of scanner class. Okay, after that, if we are having single dimensional array, say of 5 elements, so now as an array is having multiple elements for the single variable, so we need a loop to scan those multiple values. So I have taken I here. I have taken an I here, and this I am taking for loop, to run the loop, and A is our array. So it's again, yes, it's again giving an error. Of course, it will give. So when we have to create an array, we basically have to do what, like this. We have to create the array. This is the way of creating array. And now I'm taking I for the loop. So this way we create an array. The name of the array, the values which we want. The integer type array I'm creating of 5 elements, and this is the name. So now I'm taking system.out, system.print ln. I'm taking an array. Suppose so now this time, because we are going to enter an array, so we need to use a loop for I equals to 0, because always when we are working with array, we have to initialize the first index to 0 and less than 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. There would be 5 elements, 0 to 4. Less than 5 means 0 to 4. And then I plus plus. After that, we will just scan a of I. A of I equals to ob dot next int, because we are taking integer only, but it will store in A according to the value, according to the positions scanned with the help of I. So the first part of the question is completed. Like the first part was input an array. So input is done. Now we have to print it. So whenever we are using the array, we have to use a loop again and again. So when how many times we are using, it is going to be used. So I'm taking a message here, array, and after that I'm going to print it. Now for printing also we have to use the loop, because we have to access the same elements. Print and I'm taking a of I because I'm going to print it now. A of I is having the values basically, and slash t I'm taking it here. I'm taking slash t. So this is done now. Yes, this is complete. We have input the array first of all, and then we are going to print it. So there is no compilation error, and now I'm just going to run it. So it is asking to enter the values, enter the array. So I'm taking, you can see it has taken 5 elements and now it will print it. So you can see our array is printed now. Now I'm going to again start with the concept of array. That is a two-dimensional array today we will do, and we were just working with the 1D array. Okay, array 2. So in this particular program, I'm just going to tell you that how to deal with two-dimensional array. That is the matrices. Okay, so java dot util dot class array 2. We will just create the object of scanner class. Then what we will do, we will basically take an array. Now this time two-dimensional array. So like I'm taking 2D array, that is this one, and new int, it is 2 by 2 array. So I will take this, like take and system out int an array, or we can say enter a matrix, because the two-dimensional array is basically matrix. So that is matrix. Okay. So system.out.println. Okay. After that, because it is a two-dimensional array, and so we would require two loops for that. So here I am taking int I and j for the loop. I equals to 1, I less than 2. Or actually it is an array, so we should take it from 0. I less than 2, I plus plus. Then for a equals to 0, j less than 2, j plus plus. So this is a this is for the scanning process. We are taking the loops. Then we will take a of ij equals to, okay. So this we have done the scanning. Now I will just print it, and yes, I'm just copying it. And for printing, I'm just going to give a message. When we are having 2 by 2 row and column combination, that is 2 by 2 array, that means it is called matrix. So this we have created, okay, this program, and there is no compilation error. So let's me run. Okay, so enter the matrix. I am taking some values, and yes, it is coming like this, and it is not looking good. So we can just give some formatting elements on this. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to take slash n here, and here I'm going to take plus, and I'm going to take tab for tab. That is, it will take one like a tab space here. Then I'm going to compile and I'm going to run it. The matrix is here in a very proper format. That is 2 by 2, 2 rows and 2 columns. That is 2 by 2. Okay. Then after that, Okay, this you can see. Okay, so this was the program. Now, in the concept of matrices, if we are having like there is a concept. Let me show you the question sheet. There is a program. I will just discuss all these programs with you today. I will just discuss verbally, so you would get an idea to how to attempt them. See, in the array one, you can see there is a question that write a program to input an array, print it and count the number of elements in the array. So the number of elements in the array basically means you have to use a counter variable, like you have taken any variable and you just have to increase the value of that variable with the loop. So after the loop terminates, you can print the value of the counter, so it will give us the number of elements present in the loop, in the array. Similarly, in this question also, you have to perform the sum of elements. So you have to add each and every element present in the array. You have to add each and every element. So there is another question of addition of two arrays. That is, we have to take input of two arrays and then we have to add them. So basically, in such questions, what we have to do, simply we have to take input. First of all, you will take input, then you will print it, then you will again take another input for the second array, and you will again print it, then you will add it. So this process is required. I think this one I am just going to tell you, so you will get an idea. This one I will tell you, so you will be able to perform this question from the matrices one. Okay. Array add. I am taking the name array add for array addition. So code java.util class array add system.in. That as it is addition of two arrays, first of all we have to take like I and j for the looping, then we have to take two different array. So I am taking int a, this is the first array, int of elements which we want in the array. Then the second array I am taking, this is the b array. So this is also the same size, because we have to perform addition, and addition of array works in the way, like let me tell you with the help of are having this array and this array. These are two different arrays, and here this is first array, and this is second array, and this is the third array. Why third array? Because we have to perform addition, so we need one more array to store it, to store the values of the addition of two arrays. So we need this. So let's it be a. This is the array a, and this is the array b, and this is the array c. So basically what we are doing, we are performing addition between these two arrays. We are performing addition, and let the values be 1 2 3 4, and after that I am again taking 1 1 2 3, any value I am taking. So this is the value of the array b. Now as we have to perform addition, so now what is the meaning of addition of two arrays? Basically we have to add individual elements from both the arrays. So individual means according to their index, 1 plus 1, we will do like this: 1 plus 1 2. Then second value, that is 2 plus 1, that is 3. Then that is 3 plus 2, that is 5. Then 4 plus 3, that is 7. So this is the addition of array. This is the meaning of addition of array. So now it is for this particular thing, it is required that we should take one more array to store it, and it should be also the same size. Okay, it is also required to be of the same size. So this way we have taken three different arrays because we have to perform addition. Now whenever you get some question of array addition or anything related to array or matrix, always try to take input, print it, and then perform the work and then perform the output. This is very much required. So this is called formatted output, formatted printing, and it is very good to perform if you give the proper presentation documentation of your work. So I'm taking print dot out dot print ln, and I'm writing enter first array. I'm giving message enter first array, and then because it is okay, I do not require two I and j, that two variables, because it is only single dimensional array. So I less than 4 and I plus plus, then basically we will just scan it. So because we are entering it, so we will scan it. So I am taking a of I equals to ob dot next int, and this is one first array, scanning of first array. Then what I'm going to do, I am going to perform the scanning of second array. So second array, okay. So for scanning of second array, I'm just going to take b, we will store the second array in the b array. Okay, after that what we need to do, we basically need to print it, because this is the basic requirement. If we are taking input of something, we should print it, it is necessary. So we should print it. Here I'm going to take a, and then slash n. Okay, after that we have to print it, so I'm taking it to system.out dot print, and I'm writing I'm taking print ln. Okay, I'm not taking print ln, I'm just taking print a of I am going to print, and here I'm just going to take a tab t for the spacing. Yes, then slash n is here, and array 2, there I will write array 1. Yes, it's written array 1. So here also I will just give some slash n and everything, so that will just provide the spacing and all. Now I'm going to print system out print ln, print I'm taking, oh sorry, system.out.print, and here I'm going to print b of I. So we have taken b of I, and again for the formatting purpose we will take slash t, and now so both are printed, only input and printing I have done. Now I have to perform addition. So as many time we need to work on the array, it is required to take the loop, to use the loop. Until unless you use the loop, you cannot access the values of the array. So I'm taking c of I equals to a of I plus b of I, so the addition. So you can see this was a of I, this was b of I, and we are performing the addition. C of I equals to a of I. Now what we have to do, we have to print the resultant. So system dot out dot print ln, and I'm going to write slash n resultant. I'm writing resultant array. I'm giving like this resultant array. Okay, so here I've just again I will use the loop, because to access the values of C also, because the resultant is stored in C, and to access the resultant also it is necessary to use the loop. So I'm just taking there we are going to print system dot out dot print of I and slash t. Okay, so this way, this is a complete program for addition of two array. And if it was matrix, so what we have to do, we have to take here matrices. That's so easy. So I'm just going to run it. So I'm just going to run it. First array, second array. So you can see first array, second array, is printed, and then the resultant array is printed. And this way, why we have done a so long procedure? Because it is necessary. Whenever, always remember, never forget that whenever you are performing such you are getting some question in your exam or test, always try to write each and everything like this only. Like you have to first of all take the input of both arrays, then you have to process it, that is you have to perform the formula, then you have to perform the work which is going to do, you have to do like addition, subtraction, anything. And the another thing, what it takes the printing. So the last one is printing. Okay, this way we have to basically do the questions related to array and all, array or matrix. So now we have discussed the fourth question also. Now similarly, like the fifth one could also be done. Like in the fifth one we have to calculate the difference, in the fourth one we have to calculate the addition. You just have to change the symbol of plus to minus, that's all. Okay, for the difference. Okay, so this is the way. Then when coming to the two-dimensional array, you can see that there are the very similar questions like count the elements, print the sum. So if you would be able to do that for the 1D, you can also do it for the 2D. The difference question, the data difference that are different from the array one-dimensional one. So the fifth number question, the fourth number question, the seventh number question in the two-dimensional array is different. That is, in the fourth number question, it is written, write a program to input a matrix and print the transpose of that matrix. So I'm just coming here, and what I'm going to do here basically, okay, here I am going to show you if we are having any matrix. Suppose I am having a matrix of 3 by 3. Suppose we are having a matrix of 3 by 3. See, the matrix could be of any order. Order means the number of rows and the columns. Okay, so suppose this was our matrix and it was having 3 rows and 3 columns, and the values were like this. Suppose this was first row, this was second row, and this was third row. So this was our 3 by 3 matrix. I hope you can understand that this is 3 by 3 because it is having 3 rows and 3 columns. So what are the rows? Here the rows are horizontal. Rows are horizontal. Columns are vertical. The meaning, this is horizontal and this is vertical. Okay, so columns are vertical and rows are horizontal. Now when we are talking about transpose matrix, if we are talking about a transpose matrix, like matrix, okay, so the transpose matrix basically is the matrix that basically contains the L in which you can write, when we make rows, when we change the rows to columns and columns to rows, it is called transpose. When we change the rows to columns and the columns to rows, means in this particular matrix, let this matrix be A. So if this is matrix A and this is the transpose matrix of A matrix, okay, this is transpose matrix of A matrix. So what we have to do in that case, we basically have to take the transpose, make the rows, we have to change the rows and columns basically. So rows and columns means we have to interchange the rows and columns with each other. Okay, so yes. So what we have to do basically, you can see what are the rows here in the case, in this case, this is the row, this is the first row, this is the second row. These are the values of the row. So now I am going to tell you that what you have to do, you have to create, make row column and column row. Like the column is, if we consider the column, what is column? It is, this is the column. Yes, this is the column, this is the column, and this is the column, and these three are rows. So now what I am going to do, 2, 3 and 11 is the first column. We will make it row. We will change the values to row. 2, 3 and 11. So this we have changed. Now first row has been converted, column has been converted. Now 3, 6 and 7, we have also converted the second row. Oh sorry, we have to convert to 3, 6 and 6. We have converted this column to row. Again, the third one also, 4, 7 and 8 was the third column, and what we have done, we have made it row. This is the manner that how we have to convert the row to column. Now what we have to do in computer, we have to make a program for that a person is in giving input of normal matrix, so it should be converted to the transpose. Okay, now I am just coming back to my okay, screen, BlueJ screen. So I'm coming back to my BlueJ screen and I'm going to tell you the concept of the program of transpose. So now I'm just going for the transpose one. So when we are talking about transpose matrix, so first of all we have to take input of a matrix. So here I'm taking import java.util.scanner class that what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a scanner because you have to input the matrix. OB equals to new scanner. And if we are taking a matrix, so we have to take like this. So I'm taking int, new int, and this time 2 by 2 by 2. That is a matrix. So the matrix could be 2 by 2, 3 by 3, 4 by 4, anything like that. Okay, let me take it 3 by 3. So we will take it 3 by 3. Then what to do if you want to input it? So I'm just going to write a message. Print ln, enter a matrix. I equals to 0, I less than 2, or ij we have not taken, so it's giving error. So I'm taking loop. Then for now we have to scan it. So a of a is our matrix. A of ij equals to new ob dot next in. After that, this was the scanning. So as I have told you, always whenever you scan, you just print it. Always print it. So I am just going to print it. So for that, I am going to go to message. So I'm writing matrix. Original matrix I am going to write original, because then we have to calculate the transpose. That time we will write transpose matrix. So okay, the loop should be till 3. Yes, because we are taking 3 by 3. So the loop should be till 3. Okay, here also. Okay, this we have done. We have taken the input and we have printed our original matrix. Now we have to calculate, we have to convert it to the transpose. So I was just telling that how to print the transpose matrix. So here I am just going to, now we can just print the transpose. We have printed the original matrix. So now I will just print the transpose matrix, and it is really very simple. Because what we have to do, we have to convert the row to column and column to row. We just have to interchange the row and column when we are talking about transpose matrix. Okay, so now in the time, at the time of printing, that we have to do. Here I have not actually converted the statement. Let me change it to the printing statement. Okay. And yes, as it is a matrix, so the printing would be different. Like pattern, we take in pattern, that way we will print it. Here I am taking ij, and for the spacing purposes, we will just take /t. Okay. And okay, there is a problem that I have not given the double quotes. That's good. Now after that, system.out.println, and this for the next line as we take in the patterns. So yes, this is done. Now I'm just going to use it here also. So what we have to do basically this time, because we are going to print transpose, we have to make ji. We have to change it. We have to interchange it. Like we were writing a of ij. Here we were writing a of ij. Now we will write a of ji. Okay, this way we just have to work. And yes, and these are our loops of class. So just compile it and then run it. So you have seen the way how we have to basically do the transpose. So now here also we will do that only. Like okay, enter a matrix. So I'm just going to enter by 3 matrix. So we have to enter 9 elements. So now you can see that the rows have become the columns and the columns have become rows. So this way we have to convert, and it is so simple. The original and the transpose matrix are here. Okay, so the presentation you can see this way we should get the presentation. It looks good if you are working like this. So another concept which we have to talk about, that is like a different concept, that is the product of two matrices. When we are talking about the product of two matrices, it is not similar to the addition and subtraction. In the case of addition subtraction, what we do, we basically just add, and each and every element is added simply. But when we are talking about the product, so it is different. So I'm just going to show you the procedure of product of matrices. This is the video I have only created, but just to explain this on copy and paper, copy and by pen, that's why I've created it here. Let me play. Matrix B, अब एक्चुअली मैट्रिक्स मल्टीप्लिकेशन में चलता है R for row, C for column. So अभी देखिए यहाँ पर क्या होगा, A equals to row into column. So यहाँ पर ध्यान दीजिएगा, हमने क्या किया, फर्स्ट रो into फर्स्ट कॉलम होगा, तो 1 into 1, उसके बाद आता है प्लस 2 into 3, उसके बाद ये इससे होगा मल्टीप्लाई 1 into 2 plus 2 into 4, 1 into 2 plus 2 into 4, ये हो गया. अब यहाँ पर क्या होगा, ये सेकंड रो और फर्स्ट कॉलम, तो 3 into 1 plus 3 into, oh sorry, 4 into 3, 4 into 3, again second row, second column, 3 into 2 plus 4 into 4. After that, अब देखिए एक चीज ध्यान रखिए, ये 2 by 2 की मैट्रिक्स है, ये भी 2 by 2 की मैट्रिक्स है. सो ये 2 by 2 इसका ऑर्डर है, मतलब 2 रो 2 कॉलम, 2 रो 2 कॉलम. अब अगर इनपुट मतलब बेसिकली ए और बी मैट्रिक्स 2 by 2 और 2 by 2 की है, तो ये इसका जो आउटपुट होगा वो मैट्रिक्स भी 2 by 2 की ही होगी. ओके, तो यहाँ पर हम लोग इसको ले लेंगे, और इस तरीके से ये आपका मैट्रिक्स मल्टीप्लिकेशन होता है मैथ्स में, और इसी को अप्लाई करना होगा हम लोगों को, हम लोग कंप्यूटर में करेंगे प्रोग्राम्स का. तो 7, 10, 15 और आपका आ गया 22, और ये देखिए आपकी ये भी 2 क्रॉस 2 की मैट्रिक्स है, 2 by 2 की मैट्रिक्स है, नंबर ऑफ रोज और कॉलम्स की. तो दिस इज द कंप्लीट प्रोसीजर, किस तरीके से आप मैट्रिक्स मल्टीप्लिकेशन करते हैं मैथ्स में, और इसी के लिए हम लोग का प्रोग्राम बनेगा जो हम कंप्यूटर में बनाएंगे. It is a long procedure and it could not be like explained properly on the system. That's why I created the video on copy, the notebook. Okay, so anyways, I'm just going to tell another program related to array. We will again go for array only. First of all, let me just give you one more example. in that, as we have seen the looping also, so I just want to tell you the program related to each and every concept, like which we have done till now. I just want to cover some more interesting and useful questions with the like in the reference of your boards, so it will be helpful there. Okay, then there is a question of bank deposit. Bank deposit means there's a question of bank deposit, that is we have to use a switch case, we have to create a switch case program for bank deposit. So okay, that is for the bank deposit. Use a switch statement, write the manual event program to calculate the maturity amount of bank deposit. Okay, so I'm just going to create the program for that. Actually, it is a program of bank deposit. In the bank deposit, they have given two conditions, and we have to create that program with the help of switch case. Switch case we have to do. The editor, I have opened the BlueJ editor. So I'm just going to start with the program of the bank deposit, which I was saying. Import java.util.scanner, and now I'm taking class bank deposit. So okay, bank deposit, and this is the program for switch case. So I'm taking here public. I'm now going to create the menu, because they are asking for the two things, that is a term deposit and recurring deposit. So for that I'm creating the menu. I'm saying user menu. See, always try to work according to the question, like what they are saying in the question, follow that. So I'm just going to create the menu, because this is a program of which case only. So I'm taking first one, I'm taking term deposit. Other we are taking recurring. I'm taking now. I'm just going to take ch variable for the choice, or we can say choice, and then for that we should like take the statement also and tell which I'm taking. For that I'm taking ob dot next int. Okay, so this is the choice. Then I'm taking switch, and I'll just switch the choice, as you all you know that what basically it means. We have already done the switch case. I'm taking case one for the like if the user will press one, the term deposit will be term deposit procedure would be started. Uh, then we are taking the float and ob dot next. That I'm just going to copy and paste. Okay. So next I'm just going for the rate of interest, and then I'm taking n variable for sorry r I will take for the rate of interest. So, and I'm taking r dot next put. Then for the time, for time I'm taking like we can take integer, because if we are or we can take float also. 2.5 years, that means 2.5 years, doesn't matter. Now I'm just going to calculate the we usually in your questions the formula, if there are some external formula, they would be given in hand. So you just have to apply the logic and you have to apply the formula which is given, which is getting asked, the program which is getting asked. I'm going to take this as capital P. Okay. Okay, so P into, now we are having math dot POW, that is power function, and a comma n means the variable a will have the power n. And what is a? A is basically this, and n is the time. Okay, I'm taking this time. Okay, n is the number of years. Then I'm taking system dot out dot and maturity amount. We are calculating basically the maturity amount. So this is that. Okay, so this was the case one, and now I'm just making a copy of it, and I'll just make the changes for the recurring, like for the this two, and again we need the like in the case of this particular, I need monthly installment. So I'm taking enter monthly installment. We do not need to declare it again because we have already done that above. Then the rate of interest also the same thing, we do not need it, this we do not need. Then again the time of period, that also has to be entered here. Yes, it has to be entered because this is another thing, but we do not have to take it again and again. So I'm taking AS, and the formula I'm just going to change according to the question as it is given there. 1 by 12. Okay, then I'm taking B. So B, it is given n into n plus 1 and divided by 2 into, take it should be a parenthesis. Yes, it's fine. Then B I have taken, and that is fine. Now I'm just going to, now what is the problem here? It's again the problem of parenthesis. Oh, yes, it's fine now. Okay, fine. Then I'm just going to take another formula which is asked here. That is, I'm taking P into N plus P into P. Okay, so I'm just going to compile this program. Now it is giving me, okay, okay, fine, fine, fine. I do not like this way. The output is coming like this, and I just want some line breaks. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to do that here. User menu. Okay, okay. I have taken print L. I have not taken print ln. Come in next line always. Okay. Now what's the problem here? It's having a problem. Nothing is getting displayed. You cannot compile while machine is executing. Okay, where it is executing, which it's executing here. Okay, fine. So now this is our menu, and it is asking to enter the choice. First of all, I'm taking term deposit. So for that, I'm just and the rate of interest say 4.5, and in the time I'm to, you can see this is the maturity amount. Wow, good. After that, I'm just going to check the another option, the second one, the second choice. So I'm taking the second option, that is what we're getting. So I will take monthly installment. Suppose I'm asking for 12 installments. Suppose 5.6 is the rate of interest. and time in years I'm saying 3 years. So okay, it is coming 36. uh, yes, we have to input the amount actually, not the number of installments. mm, I'm taking monthly installments, I'm taking 2000, and rate of interest is 5.6, and time is 2. Now it is fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so okay, so now I'm just moving towards the next. Okay, next program. So okay, the next question is for the ISBN number, and let me just send the program. Okay, so I am just going to in this question, that is it is having that international standard book number, that is ISBN. So that is ISBN, and International Standard Book Number, that is ISBN, is a unique numeric identifier which is printed on every book. The ISBN is based upon a 10-digit code. So that is the formula is given here, that the first digit into digit 1, that is into digit 2, 3 into digit. This is the code. This is the formula for the verification of the ISBN number. So how the ISBN number is generated, and how to verify that the number is correct or not, or it is ISBN or not. Yes, yes. This is always printed on the books. No, whenever you purchase a book, you can check that there is an ISBN number there. Okay, so okay, now I'm just going to start with this ISBN program. So I'm importing import java.util. Okay, then class ISBN I'm taking, and here I'm just going to take. That I'm going to create the object of scanner class. Now, like we have to enter a 10-digit number, so I'm taking the system.out.println, and there are 10 number. Now, the number basically I am just going to take it is into string. Okay, because it could be like containing some values. I will just show you that how to convert everything. First of all, I am going to take for the string we take ob dot next. Okay, next. Okay, this I have taken, and now I'm taking int. Suppose I was taking it s, yes. Then I'm taking int length for the length, and here I'm going to take s dot length. So it will just the length will be calculated that how many letters are there, or how many characters are there. Then we will check if length not equal to 10. If the length is not equal to 10, that is it is greater than 10 or less than 10. In that case, it would not be the ISBN number itself. So I am writing illegal ISBN code. So that case, it is automatically not an ISBN number. Then the condition of else I am taking here. What I am going to do here, first of all, we will go for the for loop. So I'm taking for, and I'm taking some variables. First of all, here I'm going to take some variables for the calculation. Like I'm taking string ch, and string ch. Then I'm taking integer dig equals to for digit. Then sum equals to 0. Then I'm taking k equals to 1. So we will use them. Okay. So now here I'm coming. So I'm just going for int I equals to 0 for the loop, and then we will check if I less than n length. So it will just check the length. So you can see that yes, first of all we will just check the length even, because we have to check each and every character. And what basically we are doing, we are going to convert each and every character. We will parse it. So character dot to string is used when we want to parse, that is we want to convert. So I'm taking char at I. So this I'm taking, this will help to convert each and every character into each and every character of the string to the character. Like when we are talking about a string is what? A string is a collection of characters. But this is separating a string into single character. I hope you are getting the point what I'm trying to say. Every let me just tell you the notation. So suppose a string is, I am writing, this is a string, but when we are talking about characters, so it will take single character like this, and a single quote also, because all the characters are given the single quote. So this way it will just bifurcate all the characters one by one. I hope you are getting the point. This is character and this is string, complete string. So each and every character of the string is now getting changed to the single character. Okay, so now I'm just coming back. Okay, let me tell you that what I'm trying to say. First of all, when we talk about a string, so like I'm writing hello, so it is a string because always we give the strings into, the string is given in double quotes. It is by default internally it is in double quotes only. So like this was the string. Now what I'm doing, I'm converting the string because this S was S dot caret I, that S was containing the complete string, the value of the ISBN which we are giving input. So after that, what is basically done, each and every character is taken out individually, and like this it is taken out. Like now it is not a string. Each and every character is to be checked individually. That's why it is converted to the character, because character is given in the single quotes and character is a single character. But when we talk about the string, strings are basically a collection of characters, and characters are having their own identity individually. So these are the characters of this string. So basically what is being done on this line, character dot to string is basically converting the string to the character at ith index, and we are taking it from the 0th index, because the string is a collection of characters, and always and a collection of characters is an array of characters, and array always starts from 0. That's why we have taken int 0, and according to the length it will just take single character, and it will store in ch, and then we are going to do the checking of each and every character according to the condition of ISBN number. Okay, then I'm coming back to the program. Okay, so I was just going towards the if condition. If ch dot equals ignore case, so if it is given x in any of the characters, then we just have to, x is what, x is 10, no, in the Roman, so we just have to assign it to digit 10, that is x means 10. Okay, that's why. After that what, first of all the length is getting checked, no, that's why. So after that what is going to do, we are just taking digit equals to teacher dot parse int. Basically what I am going to do now, the digit is like going to store this converted value of character. Like every character was coming here, and the character is now, character is having single quotes, like I have written. See, what about the ISBN number? Basically the ISBN number would be some number, no, but when we are taking it in string, so it is coming like this, and when I am converting into a character, so this is a character, this is the single character of this particular string. Okay, after that, when we are talking about integers, so what are the integer? Integer are 2, 3, 3, 2, 2. So this is the integer from this particular string. Because see, by default in Java, everything is in a string only. That's why this problem arises, that we have to convert it into the character to bifurcate each and every value from the string, and then what we will do, we will convert it to integer. We cannot convert it directly to integer because it is having the properties of characters. That is, a person must have, like, it could also be happen that the person has input a character like a b c d x y z, so then it would not be in an ISBN number. So now just coming back to program again, and here I was just taking the formula, that is digit equal to this we have done. Then what we are doing, we are making the sum of this digits, and let me just complete first of all, then I'm going to print system, print ln, and that if sum mod 11 equal to 0, because it is given to check the condition of 11 also, that's why it is being taken. Let me come here. So then system dot out println valid ISBN, then else it will print invalid ISBN. Now I'm done. Out. Okay, fine. So no compilation errors. Let's run it. So now I'm just taking the same example which is given in the question for the verification that our program is working properly or not. So they have given, yes, they have given one example also, 140. So I'm taking the same example this time to check that our program is working properly or not, because the conditions which we have implemented will be satisfied in this number, and we know the answer of this, that it is ISBN. So you can see it is giving valid ISBN code. So this is fine, our program is working correctly. Now I'm just going to run it again and we will check some random number, and let's see that what is now giving, like, because we do not have any ISBN code right now. So suppose I'm taking some other number. So invalid ISBN code. Okay, fine. So this way basically we have to check the ISBN code, and this is a program which has come in the examination. Okay, it has already come in the examination. Okay. Fine. So the next question which I am just going to start is for the taxable income. Okay, for the income tax, this question is given. You can see that the slabs are given for calculating the income tax. It is very nice question for the practice of if else also. So the question is, you can see a hypothetical table is given, and here the rate of the tax, how the tax would be calculated. So we will just consider these slabs, these four slabs, and it is also given about the gender. If the person is female, then what will happen? So I'm just going to create the program for this. This we are taking income tax. So now I'm just going to create program for income tax. Java.util.scanner, and the class name is income tax. Okay, we will take public static void main. So public static void main string args. Okay. Now I'm just taking a scanner. ob equals to new scanner dot in. After that, system dot out dot print ln, and I will just first of all ask for the age. Okay. Then we'll take integer age equals to ob dot next int, and after that we will ask for the gender. Okay, then gender we need to take input, so I'm taking int, no int, not int, string we will take, string gender. So gen I'm taking, or we can take gender. Okay. After that, taxable income. So enter taxable income, and there I'm just going to take integer, and I'm taking variable in. Okay, now we are having all the three things which are required for this particular program. So I'm taking if age greater than 65 or gender dot equals. So when we have, like, this is a string function, equals is a string function, and with this we can just check the string if it is equal to this particular value or not. So if age is greater than, oh, sorry, greater than 65 or gender is female, then you just have to print that no, the like taxable income, we do not have to come to this category, it is wrong category. It is given in the question also. Mm, wrong category. After that, I'm coming to the else. Now we will just check for all the four types of taxable incomes. So in this, I'm taking double tax. I'm taking a variable tax, and tax equals to 0.0. Then if income less than equal to 1,60,000. Okay, so then what has to be done? We have to take tax equals to 0, and yes, there is no tax if their income is less than 1,60,000. So after that, we will come to the else if the income is greater than 1,60,000 and income is less than equals to 5 lakh. So in that case, it is given that that formula is given for the tax. You can see in the program which I've sent. Income is greater than 1,60,000 and income is greater than 1,60,000. Oh, sorry. Income minus, actually income minus 1,60,000, because it is not applicable on 1,60,000, so we will minus from it, and then into 10 by 100. Okay. Else if the income is greater than 5 lakh, so if the income is greater than 5 lakh, then or less than equals to 8 lakh, so we will take tax equals to income minus 5 lakhs into 20 upon 100 minus 34,000. It's already given in the question. Okay, I am working according to the question only. Then coming to the else portion, I hope you are able to match it from the question. आप लोग क्वेश्चन में देखते रहिएगा, okay, that what the table is saying. 1 2 3 4 5 8 lakhs into 30 divided by 100 and plus 94,000. Okay. After this, our work is done. So we just have to print the tax system dot out dot print ln, and income tax is the value of tax. Yes. So let's first go compile the program. So now I am just saying that the age is 67. That is wrong category. Okay. And the gender is male, but because age is 67, so I'm taking 45,000. And this is not also the taxable income. So it is saying no, wrong category. Now, this time I am again going to run it. And this time we will take the age is 56, but gender is female I am taking, and taxable income, like I am taking this much. So it is also saying wrong category because for the females there is no income tax for this particular amount. Then I am just going to now I'm going to take some other value, like I'm taking age is 34, gender is male, and income is this much. So now you can see that the income tax is calculated. So this way our program is working fine, and every conditions which we have taken is according to the proportion only, and it is giving the output accordingly. So the next program which I am just going to start with. Okay, this time I'm going for the portion of special two-digit number, and in this particular program, what is basically going to be done? So you can see that it is given a special two-digit number is such that when the sum of its digits is added to the product of its digits, the result is equal to the original two-digit number. That is, if we are considering a number 59, you can see, so the sum of 5 and 9 is 14, and the product of 5 and 9 is 49, so 45. So the addition of 14 and 45 is 59. So this kind of number which are satisfying this particular condition, that is sum of the digit and the product of digit and added together, give the original number. So if any number, if we perform this thing with any number and it satisfies this condition, that it is called special digit number according to this question. So now I'm just going to start with the program for the special digit number, special digits. I'm going to solve this particular program for you. And class as special. Okay, fine. I'm taking import java dot util dot scanner class. I'm taking special. Then I'm taking static main string args. Then system dot out. In this they are doing something else, that like they are taking 59. Suppose they are taking a number 59, so yeah, they are just adding the two numbers first of all. Then the answer it is like it is taking, and then they are just multiplying the numbers. 5 into 9, they are taking it to 45. Then they are just taking it as b, and then what they are doing, they are adding a and b, and when they are adding a and b, they are again getting 59. Then they are saying the number which satisfies this particular condition, that is the product of the number and of the digits of the number, and the sum of the digits of the number is added, then it gives the original number, then it is known as a special number, special digit. So I'm just going to write enter any two digit number, enter any two digit number. Integer num equals to ob dot int. Okay, so the number would be entered, and then I am going to make some functions here. Okay, I'm going to make some functions, and yes, so let me do one thing. Let me just remove this public static void main. Okay, first of all, let me just take those functions. What I'm going to take, basically I am taking here integer num, and then I'm taking sum equals to 0, and I am taking pro, for product I'm taking pro equals to 1, and then I'm taking fs equals to 0. And now yes, I'm just removing this because we have already declared it. Fine. So now this I'm taking inside a function to input. So void except I'm taking a function. This is the method, no, except I'm taking void except of method. And then we'll just for the input we have taken this method. Now for the computation of the values, I'm taking a function named as compute. We can take anything. So I'm taking int digit here, and n equals to num I'm assigning. For the calculation I'm assigning the number which has been input to a variable n. Then num mod equals to 0. We will check, because we have to now we have to separate the two digits of the number to check it. So here I am taking why it is giving problem. Num not equal to 0. I have written right. Okay. Uh, we have assigned it to let's first of all take it. Digit equal to num modulus 10. So this will just divide the digit and take the remainder. What is the problem here? Errors in found in the class. It is found in the class. Error is found in the class. Okay, let's check that. What is the error? Special spelling is right. Special. Yes, the spelling is right. Okay, we will just check. Okay. The spelling of while I have written wrong. Okay, the spelling of while I have written wrong. Yes, now it's correct. So this is that digit, and then we will just perform the sum. Sum plus digit, and then pro equals to pro into digit. So after this while, after dividing the number into two digits, when we will mod, what will happen? It will take the remainder and will store in this digit. Then we have to just make the sum of that. After that, fs equals to sum plus pro. And if now again fs equal to n, that is we are checking that the number which the sum and product we have calculated after dividing the digits is coming equal to the number or not which we have input. So we are just checking that if it is coming, then it is a special number, otherwise it's not. So special two digit and else. Okay, system dot out print ln not a special. After that we will take the main because I have not taken the main. Okay, so public static void main. Yes. Okay, in the main I'm taking the object of a special class, the class which we have created, because it would be required to take sp.accept to call the for functions. When we are making some methods, the methods are also known as functions, or we can say the functions are also known as methods. So when we are creating different methods, method means what function we are performing. So we can make different methods for each and every task in our program. So whenever we take some functions in our program, so it is required to create the object of this class. As we create the object of scanner class, similarly we create the object of any class which we are having. Like we are taking sp, I'm taking the object of special class, and here also the same format is taken. Okay, then sp is the object of a special class, and sp.accept will help to access the accept method which is available in this particular class. And also we are calling the compute. I'm just going to compile it. It's not having any compilation error. I'm just going to run it. So now first of all we will just check 59 only. So okay, there is some problem. Let's check what is the problem in the code. I do not think that there is a problem in the code. There must be any other thing arising. Let's check. Mm, we could also have taken it in a serial order without taking functions. But yes, usually when we go for the object-oriented programming, we can take functions. What is happening? It's wow. It's taking the input and it's something has happened to my BlueJ or what. Let's check the code again. Because if there was any problem in the code, it would have like given the red mark. No, So code is not having any problem. Actually it is not giving the answer, that's why as soon as I enter the number it should give the output, and it was not giving the output. As soon as I press enter it should give the output, but it is not giving. That's why I was checking that what is the problem. You can see it is not giving the output. Okay, so no problem, I am just going to restart my BlueJ. There must be some problem here because I have closed the program and it's still running, so there must be some other issue. Let me close and restart BlueJ. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to start variable declaration. See, when we are talking about variables, like you know that integer, like I am taking int I am taking int I, and this I is what? This is a variable. So when we are talking about variables, there are three types of variable declarations. There are three types of variables in Java, that is instance variable or the member variable, class variable or the static variable, or the local variable. So there are three types of variables: instance variable, class variable, and local variable. The variables can be assigned the initial value at the time of declaration, like we always have done. Like we can also assign the values of the variables on the very initial phase. Like I am taking int a equals to 10. So this particular thing is known as initialization. So this is the initialization. Java doesn't have the global variable. There is no concept of global variable in Java. Like in different languages like C, C++, there is a concept of global variables. So Java doesn't have global variables. Therefore, instance and static variables are used to communicate the information from one object to another. So as there are three kinds of variables, these three types of variables. So these three types of variables basically the instance variable and the class variable basically communicate between the objects. So this way the things go. After that, when we talk about, okay, I'm just scrolling it. After that, when we talk about the local variables are used inside the block of statement. So when we are working with the methods, like we are having methods, I am taking void show. Suppose I am taking the method void show. So suppose let me take, I'm taking void show. This is a method, and if I am going to declare some variables inside this method, I'm taking int a equals to 10. So this particular variable is known as local variable, and this is local to the function. So this variable is local to function. Local variables are used inside the block of statement within a method, that is within the function. The instance variable or the method variables are automatically initialized by their default values. So it is not so far required to initialize the instance or the member variables because they are automatically initialized by their default values. So what are the basically default values when we talk about integer? So the default value of integer is 0. Okay, the default value of integer, that is 0, and for the string the default value is null. So null is the default value for string values, string data. Then the local variable must be initialized before it is used, as they are never initialized automatically. So we have to initialize the local variables because they are not initialized automatically, and it is required to initialize them. If the local variable is used without initialization, the compiler will generate error. So if we are not initializing the local variable, then the compiler will generate the error. That's why it is necessary to initialize the local variables. The static variables or the class variables are used with the keyword static. So whenever we are working with a program, like I'm taking public static void main. So the variable which I will take inside this, like I'm taking int a, b, c. So these three variables are known as class variable or the static variables. Why? They are in the public static void main. So when we are talking about static or the class variable, public static void main, I am taking. So this I am taking, and here I am taking integer. Suppose these three variables. So these are known as the static variables or the class variables. Okay. So after that, constructors. If we talk about another concept, that is constructor. So basically constructors. So when we are talking about constructors, basically constructors are used for the initialization of the object. Constructors are used to create the object, and whenever we want to create object of any class, then it is required to use a constructor. So the constructor means it will construct something. It will construct an object. Basically, the constructors are a special kind of methods, or we can say special kind of functions, and they do not return anything. They do not return even void, and the name of the class and the name of the constructor always remains the same. And there are two types of constructors, that is default constructor and parameterized constructor. So now I'm just coming towards the program related to this. Then we will discuss the further concepts in this slide. So I will also cover the related program, so it would be beneficial. And so as I'm talking about classes and constructor concept, so whenever we are taking any other class, like whenever we use a scanner class, we always create the object of scanner class then also. So similarly, when we are having multiple classes in a single program, then also we do the same. We create objects of those class. So I'm just going to create a class here. I'm taking addition. Addition I have already taken. I'm taking add. Okay, so here I'm taking this add class, and now we will create two different classes here, and we will work with them. So now what I'm going to do, first of all, I will create a class. Suppose I'm creating a class sum. For example, I'm creating a class sum. Okay, it is taking that only. Okay, fine. Class sum, as soon as I've taken, it is taken the file name also, no problem. And this will be containing the main function. But I am having another class also in this program, that is known as addition. And this addition class, or we can say add class, there is a class add, and this add class is having a constructor. Suppose it is having two variables a and b, and it is having a constructor, and constructor is this function which does not return any value. So we will not use any void or any return type here, but you can see the name of this class and name of this constructor, this function is same, because it is a constructor. And what is it? It is a default constructor. So default constructor. So default constructor it is. And why we use the constructor? Basically, constructors are used for the initialization. So constructor are used for the initialization. You can see the third point, used for the initialization of user defined data types. So the user defined data type which we are taking in our program is a and b. These are the data types like variables which we are taking, and these are instance variables. So we have talked about the instance variable yesterday. So these are the instance variable, and now I am initializing these instance variable in this particular class constructor. After that, I'm taking a method add, and this method add, basically I'm taking a variable s, and now this s variable is local to function, so it is local variable. So this is the local variable because this variable we are taking inside the function. So s equals to a plus b I have taken, and now I'm taking system.out.println, and I'm printing addition plus s. Okay, fine. So this class is a complete class where we are having a function also. This is a function. This is a normal method, or we can say function or method, both are same. Method, this is a method, and this is a constructor. This is basically the default constructor, because the name of this class and this constructor is same, and it is not also returning any value, like it is not taking void also. That means it is a constructor, and we are initializing these instance variables inside it. Now we would like, we are having two classes. This is our another class, and this is our main class, because the name of the file is with this name. So I'm taking public static void main, and I'm taking string args. And what I will do now, like we have to make addition from this particular class in this class. So what I will do, I will take this add, and I'm creating an object of this add. And yes, this is the default constructor. Similarly, as we do for the scanner class, if you remember what we do for the scanner class, we take a scanner, we take the object name, suppose sc I'm taking, equals to new scanner. This we do when we are taking the scanner class. Okay, so here also we have taken, this is the name of the class, this is the name of the constructor, this constructor is here now, and this is the default constructor. So in the scanner class also, this was the default constructor. Anyhow, we are not using this here, but I was just telling to remind you. Now why we have created the object of this particular class? Because we want to access the things which are inside this particular class. Like this add method is here, and I just want to make the addition, so I'm accessing ob dot add. So this ob dot add I have called. What I am doing, we are calling the method. We are calling the method with the help of dot operator. So this was our main class, and this is our another class, and in this class we are basically doing the addition, and that we are calling here. So I'm just going to compile it, and when we are having multiple classes, then this kind of things are done. So now I'm just going to run this. Okay. So now you can see it is displaying addition equals to 30, as we have taken A equals to 10 and B equals to 20. That's why. So it is giving the right output. So similarly, like this one. So this was the default constructors. Now what we have studied here in the presentation, we have seen that there are two types of constructors. First one is the default constructor and another one is the parameterized constructor. So the parameterized constructor is basically having the parameters, and parameters are also known as arguments. So I'm just going to create one program for rectangle, and in this rectangle program I will demonstrate it how to work with the parameterized constructor and what does it exactly mean. So here the main class would be class rectangle, and okay, so now I'm just checking public static void main and string args. Okay, after that now I'm just going to create another class. I'm creating another class rect. Okay, this class I'm creating, and in this class we will just calculate the area of rectangle, and for that I'm taking int l, and I'm taking length and breadth. Okay, so these are instance variables. These are instance variables. Now I'm taking rect. This is the constructor, and now what we will take parameterized, or we can say argumented. Okay, when we are having parameters, that is arguments, then it is called parameterized constructor. Okay, so now we will pass the constructors also, like parameters also. I'm taking l and b, sorry, int b. So we are taking two variables because we have to initialize. The working of constructor is the initialization of user defined variables. So I'm just going to initialize them. Here I am initializing length and breadth. Like in the previous example, we were having two variables and we were not having any parameters. But this time we are having parameters. So what will happen? As soon as I will create the object of this rect class, what will happen? This L will be assigned to length, and the value of B will be assigned to breadth. Now I'm going to take a function, and this function will be having a return type value also. Like before this, we were taking void. So void means nothing. That means we are not going to return anything. We are not returning anything. But when we are taking int, like it means we are returning an integer value. So I'm taking a method named as area. So int area I'm taking, and now I am going to, when we are using this int, like that means it is going to return something. So what it will return? We will just take length into breadth. Now you can see this length breadth is available in this particular class, and inside this class we are having the values of length and breadth, and also the method we are having the same class. So because these all things are in the same class, the value of this length breadth could be accessed here properly without any problem. So this return keyword is used whenever we are having some return type here. Okay, then we will use this return keyword. Now whenever we use this return, like let me tell you, these were I have not taken any local variable here. Like in the previous example, I have already told you the local variable. This time I'm just going to create rect r equals to new rect, the object. Now because we are having a parameterized constructor, that's why we will just pass some values, the parameters. So this rect and this rect are similar, and this rect and this rect is similar. Okay, this is the name of the class and this is the name of the constructor. So we are passing 4 comma 2. Why? Because we are having here two variables. Those are of integer kind. So as soon as we have created this object of rect class, these values would be assigned here, and then it will be assigned to length and breadth, and then it would be possible to calculate the area. But how? As it is returning something, we have to take some variable to store it. So I'm taking r dot area. So with the help of the object of rect class, we would be able to access this area method, and right to left it would be assigned to this a. So the value of the calculated area would be assigned to variable a. Then we can just print it here on system.out.println, and I'm just printing area of rectangle, and I have rectangle. Okay, so I'm just checking a. Okay, so this way we can calculate the area also, and according with the help of parameterized constructor we have done this. So now I'm just going to compile and run it. So you can see it is coming 8, which is correct, because we have taken 4 and 2 the values. Now I am coming towards my slide again, and the like we have discussed these two also. So next one is, so constructor overloading is here. So when we talk about constructor overloading, as we have already seen constructor, and what is the main objective of a class, we basically use the concept of object oriented programming, or we can say we use the concept of classes and object, just because one class could have multiple objects. Like I was talking about Agile pen, so there are multiple Agile pen in the market and they all belong to the Agile class. Similarly, if we are having a student class, so there must be multiple students and they all belong to the student class. So when we want to create multiple objects of a single class, at that time the concept of constructor overloading arises. If I want to create multiple objects of a single class, then we have to use constructor overloading. So constructors are the chunk of codes used to initialize new object. Yes, we have seen that. If we want to provide more than one constructor in a class, each one must have a different signature. Signature means parameter list. That is the meaning of signature. Constructors always have the name of the class and no return type. Yes, we know this very well. Overloaded constructors allow appropriate initialization of object on creation depending on the constructor invoked. That I will tell you with the program. So coming here to the programming portion again. So again I'm taking rectangle 2, I'm taking the name of the class. So here I will explain the concept of constructor overloading. Suppose the main class is rectangle 2. Okay, so this would be having the main function, that is public void main, and string args. After that, so here I have taken a class rect, and here also I have taken two variables similar to the previous program, but this time we will take overloaded constructors. So here I'm just going to take a rect, and here I have taken int x. Suppose I have taken a single variable. Now we have to take multiple constructors in the same class. So this time I'm taking len equals to breadth equals to x. This we have initialized. Now again, because the working of constructor is to do the initialization, that's why we have to do the same thing again and again, but the signature list should be different, like the parameter list. So when we are talking about the constructor overloading, so it is necessary same class, same name, and different parameter list. So you can see we are having the constructors in the same class with the same name, but they are having different parameter list. So this way, now I'm just going to create a method. I'm taking void area again, and this time we will access this area method with the help of both of the constructors. Okay, so I'm just taking int a equals to like int a I'm taking, then we will take or we can take it directly here also. Int a equals to len into breadth, and then we will just print system dot out dot print ln, and we will just print area of rectangle plus a. So this we have taken. Now our class, this class is ready. So what we have to do, we have to create the object of this particular class here. But now, as it is having two constructors, so we will create two different objects. So I'm taking rect r1. I'm taking r1 equals to new rect, and this time I will take a single value. So the compiler, how the compiler will understand, because it is having a single value, so it will be associated with this one. So it will assign this single integer value to this constructor. Now I am just going to create another constructor, another object I am taking. So R1 was the one object which we have taken, and R2 I'm going to create another object, and here I'm just going to take different values. So now it is having two different integers, so it will just associate this one. Now I am taking R1 dot area, so it will just calculate the area of rectangle with the help of the first constructor. Then R2 dot area, it will just calculate the area of rectangle with the help of the second constructor. This we have done. Now I'm just going to compile it, and now I'm just going to run it also. And here we will get two different areas. One would be 25 and another is 9. According why it is coming 9, let me check. There must be some error, because it should not come 9, it should come something else. Okay, I have taken 3 and 4, so it should come. Okay. Here I have not changed actually. It should be len equals to x and breadth equals to y. Then only it will consider the y value to the BRE, and then it will calculate the area. Okay, so now I'm again going to compile it, and I will just run this program. So now you can see that the area of rectangle from the two different like functions have been calculated. Okay, so this was the concept of constructor overloading. In the case of constructor overloading, we do these things. After that, the method overloading program we will do. And when we talk about method overloading, that means using multiple methods in same multiple methods in the same program. Like we were using multiple constructors in the same program, similarly we can also use the multiple methods in the same program. So method means in which we have return type and everything, so those are the methods like functions. But here also the condition arises that same name and same class, but different parameter list we will take. So basically when we talk about method overloading, it takes the concept of polymorphism. So polymorphism basically takes one name and multiple forms. So I'm just going to create a program for that, and I'm taking for the polymorphism, I'm just taking the name also polymorph only, or I'm taking the name method overload. Okay, I am taking the name method overload, and this I have taken. Now I'm coming to the editor. So here I am taking class method overload, and this is the main class. So we will just take public static void main. Okay, so here we have taken public static void main, and okay, fine. So after that, I'm taking class. Another class I'm taking overload. Overload. I'm taking another class, and here what we will do in this particular class, we will basically create overloaded methods. So suppose I'm taking at this time I'm not taking any. I'm not taking any constructor, but I will take only the method. So void this I am taking a method. Now this is a method, and here this time I'm not having any parameter list. So suppose I'm just going to print system dot out dot print ln, and I'm going to print no parameters, because here we are having no parameters. So after that I will just take another method or the same name, because in the case of method overriding, what we have to do, we have to take same name and same parameter list, same name of the method, same class, but different parameter list. Yes, but different parameter list we have to take. So this time I'm going to create one more method, but this time we will take some parameters, different parameters. So here I'm taking int a and int b. I'm taking two parameters, and this time I will just display the values of a and b. So value of a I'm taking, and plus a I'm taking. Then I am taking value of b. B I'm taking, and plus b I'm taking. Here I'm just taking slash n. Okay, so it's giving error here. Array. system dot out, it is giving error in system dot out dot println. Wow. Method overload and the error system dot out dot print I have taken. Okay, I have written the right spelling also. Wow, then also it is giving error. Anyways, I'm just going to print the value of a, and here I'm going to print value of a, and then I will just print the value of b. So I'm just taking print ln, and I'm just taking print ln, then b. So the value of b will take. Now one more method I like, method overloading is similar to the constructor overloading. We can take multiple methods of the same name in the same class, but with different parameter list. So here I'm just going to take this third time, and this time I will again take another parameter, like I'm taking double I am taking. I is a variable, so we'll just print the value of I here. Okay, so I'm just going to print the value of I. Okay, so now we have done these all things. So now what I'm going to do, I will just create the object of this particular class, the another class, the overload class which I have taken. So here I'm taking overload ob I'm taking, or ov I'm taking, ov equals to new overload. So here I'm not having any parameters and everything, like I'm not having any constructor. So this is the default constructor only. Always remember, if we are having any constructor in the class or not, then also we have to take this statement whenever we are creating the objects. So ov dot disk, first of all I'm taking this. This will consider the first one. Then I'm taking ov dot disk, and this time I'm taking 3 and 4 this time. Then I'm taking ov dot disk, and this time I'm taking some floating values. Why I'm taking floating values? Yeah, because we are taking this double. So the compiler will do what? Basically, the compiler will check first of all for the method which is not having any parameter list. Then it will check for the method which is having some integer values, and then it will check for the method which is having some double value. So this way we can just do, and you can see this program is now in the same screen. You can just take the screenshot, and I'm just going to compile it. So there are no errors, and now I'm just going to run this program. So I'm just going to run this program. Okay, so you can see the output is coming here properly. First of all, it's coming no parameters, then it is coming value of a, value of b, and then value of I. So this way we can just work with different methods in the same class. So the last concept which I am going to discuss today is the concept of this reference. Okay, so basically this reference is when we use, when do we use the constructors? We use the constructors whenever we are referring the objects, whenever we want to create the object of some class. Whenever we are working with a variable, this reference always work there. So all the instance method receive an implicit argument. So all the instance method receive an implicit argument called this, which can be used inside any method to refer the current object. So basically this reference is used for referring the current object, and if you have noticed what basically happens whenever we are working with a program, let me come here, the program window. So whenever we are working with a program, like here we have taken the program of, which program should I consider? This one. Okay, let me show you first of all. Like in this program, the rectangle program, what we have done, we were taking some variables here, and those variables we have taken here also. But you can see for these variables we are taking some variables in the parameter, but the name of the variable is different. Here I am taking len, and here I am taking l. So if we want to take name same on both the sides, like here also and here also, then we have to use this reference. So I'm going to create I'm going to create a class book details, a program of book details, and we will work with this reference in this particular program. So here I'm going to make it. First of all, I'm just going to create a class that would be the main class book details. Public static void main string args. After that, what we are going to do, we will basically create our main method. Sorry, not main method, the another class basically which we want to take. That we will take. Okay, fine. So I'm taking class. Class I'm taking here. and here I will just take some instance variable. Suppose book ID I am taking BID, string I am taking name of the book, and float or double I am taking price I'm taking in double, and integer I'm taking pages. So I've taken 4 data types here, 4 variables. These are instance variables. So I was creating a program for book details, and the concept of this reference is basically, I'm writing it here, this reference is considered to the concept of, like in the case of this reference, we do not have to take multiple variable names. If we want to take, we can take directly the name of the variable as we have taken in the instance variable. Like I'm taking void display, I'm taking a method as void display, and here in the void display method I'm just taking int bid. Now I'm taking the same name as it is taken here. So if we want to do this, that I want to take same name, in that case what is necessary, it is necessary to use a this reference. So we will use that here. First of all, I will take the variable, the parameters, and I will take the name same as the instance variables. So into pages, so I have taken all the names same. So in this case, what we have to do, we have to take the this reference. So here I have taken this dot, and this is taken on the left hand side. This is always taken on the left hand side. This dot name equals to name, then this dot price equals to price, and this dot pages, okay, equals to pages. So the right hand side ones are the variables which we have taken on the parameter list. Here in the parameter list which we have taken, these are on the right hand side, and the left hand sides are side ones are these particular variables which we have taken as instance variable. So this way we can initialize with the help of this reference, and we can take the name of the variables same on both the ends. Now, because I have created this method as display method, so I'm just going to print the details. So I'm taking system.out.println, and I'm just taking first of all book ID. Okay, so for book ID, I will just take BID. So BID was a variable name. So we have taken that. Another, okay, this, okay, let me just, this way we can just take everything, we can just print everything. So BID, then we are having book name, that is book name, and here I am taking name, then I am taking price, and then we will take number of pages, number of pages. So here I am taking pages variable, that's all. Then we have now created this particular method, and yes, this we are basically doing in the book class, and we have already done it. Now what we have to do, we have to just create object of this book class. So book equals to new book. So we have taken the name here book, and this is the name of the class with the capital B, and this is the object. All the, like all the alphabets are small here, so this one and this one are different. This book, you can see this is the name of the constructor, and this is a default constructor because we are not taking any constructor in this program. So if we are taking this, that means the default constructor, it is the default constructor. Then I'm taking book dot display. So this book dot display will basically display all the details which we have taken here. So this book dot display is having some parameters, and the values of the parameters have to be passed from here. So I'm taking integer. The name is like I'm taking Java programming, and the name is in a string, so I have taken double quotes for a string. Then the price is in double, so I'm taking the price is price in the decimal numbers. Then the number of pages, that is integer I have taken. So suppose I have taken the number of pages like this. So now what is basically happening, we have already provided all the parameters. So what will happen, as soon as this function will be called, this method will be called, the book ID will be assigned to this, the name to this, the price and the pages, and then right to left assignment, it will be assigned here and will be printed. So now I'm just going to compile and run it. Okay, I'm just going to run this. So you can see all the details are coming very nicely. Everything is here now, book ID, name, and everything. So this way we have used the this reference, and this reference is basically used for the purpose of using the variable name same on both the ends, left hand side and right hand side. So after this we have done few of the concept the concept of classes and everything. Now I just want to come back to this slide, and you can see we have covered this slide. So few concepts are now covered. Now next what I am going to start, that is I'm just coming towards the PDF again. Further coming to these concepts, like there are few more concepts like I just want to discuss today the concept of final keyword. So final keyword is basically a keyword first of all. So the final keyword works in three different ways. When we are talking about the final keyword can be used in three different ways. The first one is like we can use this final keyword as a variable with a variable. Another thing which we can do, we can use final with a method. And the third one is we can use this final with the name of class. So when we are talking about this final keyword, when we are taking final variable, that means the value of the variable will become constant throughout the program. If we are taking the final keyword with a variable, then the value of the variable will become constant. If we will take a class as final, like you can see we have written here final. So if we are extending the class, means we are doing inheritance, then in that case what will happen, like you can see class B extends A. Okay, so class B extends A. So here what is happening, basically you can see if this is statement we will use, that is used for inheritance, then it will denote an error just because we are extending the final class, and the final class cannot be extended. That's why it will show error. Then you can see this way. After that, when we take final methods, so what basically happened when we take the final methods, if we are taking method as final, then like you can see here the void show method is there, and I am using final here. So here as this method is final, and if we are extending the class, like I am extending class B extending A, so what will happen, like we have extended this, so void show method which we are using in both the classes will give an error. Okay, because this is final, so whenever we are having some final method, so we cannot override that method into another class. And because of this, the overriding methods are not so far possible, because final keyword basically makes the things constant. So after that, about the variable, I have already told you, when we are taking variable as final, so if we are taking final before the name of variable, double was a data type, pi was the variable name, and final was the modifier we have used. So what will happen, basically it will make the value of pi, that is 3.14, constant. If we are not using final, then what happens, that if we are not using final, then the value could be changed throughout the program. The value of the variable could be changed throughout the program. But in the case when we are taking final, so if we have taken pi equals to 3.14 and we want to change the value of this variable, this will not be changed anyhow. If we will try to change the value, then it will generate error. So basically final variables basically make the values of the variables constant. So this way final is used in three different ways. Final is a keyword which is used with all the three, class, method, or variable names. Okay, so after this it comes the concept of garbage collector arises. So basically, there is a mechanism of garbage collection, and garbage collection is a process that handles the memory deallocations. If you are having, like whenever we work with the classes, we are having different objects, and when we are working with the objects, so objects occupy some space into the memory, and that memory, like the memory is occupied by the object. So suppose we have created a program today, and now you are not using that program for a long time, like you are not using that program for 2-3 months or something like that, but that program is saved into your computer system. So basically the object which is created by that program is occupying some memory into your system. So basically garbage collector is the collection, the process which is basically processed by the Java virtual machine. And in this process, what happens? All the objects which are not used for a longer time, they are marked for garbage collection. And the garbage collection process runs by itself, and the objects which are not being used are removed from the memory. So this way, the objects which are occupying the memory will not occupy the memory, but it does not harm anyways to our program, because whenever we want to run that program, whenever we will run it, it will again occupy the memory. It will again, as soon as we will run, it will again occupy the memory, and again it can be run easily without any problem. Now I'm just coming towards the finalize keyword. So finalize is basically a method. So when we are talking about this method finalize, uh, basically in the other language like C++, in C++ language there is a concept of destructor. Like we are having the concepts of constructor in Java, there is also a concept of destructor. So destructor basically is the word, not the destructor word is not basically used here, but the finalized word is used. Finalized word is used when we want to destroy the memory. Like when we are talking about the garbage collection and the finalize. So what basically happens? The garbage collection is basically working towards the object. But when we are talking about finalize, finalize is basically used uh, when we want to release the objects and also the non-object resources. So some non-object resources are also there. Those resources like file descriptors, the font size, the properties of the file, these things are also associated with any program which you are creating in Java. So basically this finalize key method is used to release the non-object resources of the object which is created by us in a program. So this is used to free the resources, but the garbage collection is used to free the memory which is created by objects. Okay, the first question is for the menu driven program for prime number and autonomous number. Okay, I'm creating a class in which I will, yes, I'm taking import java dot util dot scanner, and then I am taking a class number, and here I will take public static void main, string args. After that I will create the object of scanner class. So I will create a menu, first choice for autonomous. So system dot out dot println, enter a number first of all, because we will check that if the number is prime or the number is autonomous. So next int. Okay, after that, and we have not taken, we will take it int. Okay, so now I'm going to take the choice system dot out dot println, and I am going to take the choice, enter your choice. One prime number slash n, two automorphic. Okay, fine. After that, the choice we will enter ch variable. I am taking for choice ch equals to ob dot next int. So we will just take switch. Case 1 integer I. I am taking a variable boolean variable. I am taking a flag variable. Flag will store true or false. True and false are the boolean values. For loop I am taking I equals to 2 because for prime number we are taking I less than n. We will check till n and I plus plus. Then I am taking int result equals to n divide mod I. N mod I. For prime we are checking basically. So if result equal to 0, that means the number would be prime now. Okay, so I am taking the value of flag equals to false. We will just change the value of flag and we will break the loop. Break the loop from here. We will not continue the loop. After that, we will just take if flag. This means if we are not taking the equal condition in the flag value, that means we are checking if it is true. If it is true, then it will say system.out.println and it will print the number is prime. The number is prime. Otherwise, it will not be not a prime number. Else, system.out.println the number is not a prime. Okay, fine. After this, I will just create the case 2. So this was our this. After this, I will just break. Then we will create the case 2. Here I will create the case 2. Case 2. So I'm taking int num equals to n mod 100 and int sq, that is square, equals to int, and I'm taking math.sqrt of the number which is taken. After that we will take string number equals to dot next. We will basically just convert integer dot to string. We will convert this num. After that we will also convert. I will tell you why we are converting. String square equals to integer dot to string, and we will convert sq into sq. Yes. After that I will check if square dot equals the number. If the number is equal to the square, then we will print that number is automorphic. Else the number is not automorphic. So we will just print the number is not automorphic. The number is not automorphic. After that I will just break. this case, and also we'll just take a default. So default, here I'm taking system.out. Wrong choice. Okay, so now our program is completed. Let's compile it and run it. Suppose I'm taking 121 and I'm checking for prime. So obviously the number is not prime. This way you can see the clear and very good menu is coming. Now according to the question, like the question also we have been given an example. So automorphic number, it's given 25. So I'm just going to check it right now. If we are taking 25, so you can just check and it will say the number is automorphic. Okay, now after that, let's check for the prime number also. Once again, we will check. And suppose I'm taking 11, so it will say the number is prime. So our program is working very good, nicely. So it's correct. So now I am just coming towards the electronic shop. Sorry, the program, another program which I have given, electronic shop one, that I am going to start the purchase program. Okay, so I am just checking a class purchase. Okay, I have started the program. I just created the class, and in the class, I'm just creating the. I have created scanner class object, and now I'm going to take the input of name. So OV dot next, I've taken for the name. After that, we will just ask for the address. Okay, apart from this scanner class, we can also import another thing, that is we are also having one more package, that is io.asterisk. This is buffered reader. Okay, we can also import, apart from scanner, we can import this io package. In this io package there is scanner, we are using scanner, there is buffered reader class. So this time I am going to tell you this program with the help of buffered reader. It is a long procedure, but yes, you should know because it is given in your course. So few programs I will tell with the help of buffered reader also. We use the scanner class for scanning. Similarly, we can also use the buffered reader class for scanning different data types. So this time I'm just going to tell you the buffered reader class. Similarly, as we use a scanner, it is also used for scanning purpose only. So buffered reader I'm using, buffered reader br equals to new buffered reader. Okay, the procedure of scanning using buffered reader is a bit different as compared. You can see we have to take these two statements, then only we can create the object. Then I'm taking system.out.println, and here I'm taking enter name. Okay, one more thing is there. When we are using buffered reader, it is necessary to write throws IO exception here, exception. This is required whenever we are using this java.io package and we are using this buffer reader class, then it is necessary to use this statement after this public static void main. So in the case when we talk to we talk about the input of a string, so what we have to do basically, I am taking a string name equals to the br object we are having, and we have to take read line. Read line is used for taking input of a string. So when we are having a string, so we have to use read line. Then again I'm going to take another string. I'm taking address, and this time I will again take read line, and I'm taking the variable a double d for address. Then I am again going to take enter the type of purchase. Enter the type of purchase. Okay, so this for this I am taking integer. Oh, sorry, the type of purchase again will be string only, so we will take type here. Okay, after that I am going to take enter amount of purchase. So amount would be integer, so I'm taking amount of purchase. Okay, integer dot int. Okay, so whenever we are like before this I was using scanner class. This time I've changed. I am using buffered reader. So when we are using buffered reader, this kind of statements are used for scanning, like when we want to scan integer. Okay, so I'm taking discount 0.0 right now. Okay, then in double I'm taking. Now I'm taking if. Now I'm going to apply the conditions which have been given in the question. So equals. So I'm taking capital L as given in the question. So if it is capital L, then it will check if the amount is less than equal to 25,000. So if the amount is less than equal to 25,000, then what will be done? The discount will be 0. After that, if I will come to the else portion, and I will just check else if the amount is greater than equal to 25,001, greater than equal to 25,001, and amount is less than equal to 57,000, then we will just take the discount equal to 5.0, then the 5% discount. Okay, after that, else if we will take another else if we will take for some other value, and this time we will check if it is greater than equal to 57,001 and less than 1 lakh. So then the discount will be 7.5. 7.5. So after that, another one is the else if condition, in which we will check that if the discount is, I will just take this else if again, and I will just check if the amount is greater than, okay, 1 lakh. Okay, so for that we will give 10% discount. We will take 10% discount. Now we will just come here for the outer else if, like this one was the type. If the type was equal to else, then we have taken this. If the type is changed, like I'm taking else if, and I'm taking type dot equals, and I have to take I'm taking the type D. So here we will take if the amount is less than 25,000, then the discount would be uh, 5.0. Else if the discount amount is greater than this much, then we will go for 7.6. 7.6. After that, if the discount if the amount is greater than 57,000, 57,001 till 1 lakh, then the discount would be for 10%. And in the other condition it will go for else if the amount is greater than 1 lakh, then so now I'm just going for a discount equals to 15.0%. Now after this we will just calculate the discounts and everything. So I'm just coming here and I'm taking double discount equals to discount divided by 100 into amount. This is to calculate the discount basically. So we will just calculate it. After that I will just take double net amount. It's all according to the question which has been given. So I'm taking customer name. For name, I'm just going to print the name variable, which we have already taken. These things we have already taken. So, okay. So in the name, then we will print the address. So the address we will print. Then we will print the type, purchase type. And here we will just print the type. Okay. After that, we will just print the net amount paid. We will just print the net amount paid. So that is net amount. Okay, so let's compile it first. Okay, now I'm going to run this. Okay, so suppose the name of customer we are entering, say Laksham, address Lucknow, type of purchase. See, L is taken for laptop and D is for desktop. So L I am taking, that is laptop. So suppose the laptop is of this much amount. So you can see the output is here now. So after that, I am just going to run it again for the desktop for some other values. So suppose I'm taking Ayush and address I'm taking Agra. Type of purchase I'm taking D for desktop. Then amount of purchase suppose is this much. So accordingly it will just calculate the net amount and it will print. So according to the chart which is given in the program portion, it is working. Okay. Okay. Then next question we will do. Let's see. It is write a program to calculate and print the sum of odd numbers and the sum of even numbers for the first 10 natural numbers. The integer n is to be taken for the integer. So this particular program I'm going to solve for you. So okay, this name we have already taken. So sum of natural. I'm taking sum of natural because according to the natural number we are going to take it. Okay, so I'm taking import java dot util dot scanner. Then I'm taking class sum of natural. And then I'm taking public static void main string args. After that, we will just create the object of scanner class. Okay, after that we will enter a number. So before that I just want to take some variables. I am taking n, I am taking I am taking odd sum equals to 0 and I'm taking even sum equals to 0. So these are the variables. Then I'm taking system.out.println, system.out.println, and I'm taking enter a number. Enter the value. I'm taking enter a number. Okay, I'm taking enter a number. So after this, we will just take n integer. We have taken ob dot next int. Okay, so next int. Okay, after this, we will just check for I equals to 1, I less than equals to n, and I plus plus, and then I will just take if condition. If I mod 2 equal to 0, so then we will just take even sum equals to even underscore sum plus I. Okay, else we will just take odd sum equals to odd sum plus I. Okay, then you just print them. System.out.println sum of all odd numbers, and we will just print odd sum variable, and then we will take sum of all even numbers. Okay, so just going to run this. So here I have taken 10, that is 1 to 10 number it will take, and till 1 to 10 it is adding all the odd numbers and all the even numbers. Okay, so it is adding all the odd numbers and the even numbers. Then again I am just going to run it, like till where, from 1 to all, 1 to 10, that is 10 I am giving. The number is the limit, I am taking 20. So till 1 to 20 it is taking the numbers and adding all the odd numbers and then all the even numbers. This way this program is working. So I'm just showing the code. You can see we have taken from 1 till less than equal to n, that is the n is the limit till where we are basically calculating the sum. Okay,